Are we back? I love it when my internet just suddenly goes out for no apparent reason. It's nice. It happens, practically never, so that's good, but yeah, that's nice. The internet just randomly going out. Okay, we're back though. Looks like we're back. Okay, that's right, but are you sure about this? I'm not so rash that I would kill someone as soon as I found out that they were a curse bearer, not without talking to them first. You are the same, aren't you, detectives? You wouldn't use a curse on a normal person. Let's speak as equals, shall we? Okay, so the fact that it's saying we can use the curse right now, that means that he's lying, right? That he doesn't want to speak as equals. That's kind of an interesting way to also use the curse, I suppose. Boss, sure, we would rather resolve this amicably too. But before we talk, there's something I should tell you. This is my curse stone, the evergreen beech, just like you thought. What? Boss, why would you tell him? As for how the curse works, boss, are you having another senior moment? If you tell him that, it hangs to death anyone who tried to mislead me. If you try to lie to me, the curse stone will let me know. I don't have to use it to tell. Understand? Really? That's super useful. I see. Understood. That's a pretty useful power for a detective. Now then, let's talk. It seems I have lost the upper hand. No point for petty tricks then.
Stream
I will be
Elements
honest with you.
said. Unicorn Turtle is now live streaming Paranormasight The 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Let us play Paranormasight The 7 Mysteries of Honjo Lab.
So far, so good. There's someone I want to bring back. I would like your assistance in collecting soul dregs. Can't help you. Please, all you would have to do is tell me who the other curse bearers are. Sorry, but as a police officer, I can't just look the other way and let you go. Please, if you help me, I will let you two go as well. Is that a threat? No. It's your final warning. My curse, the foot washing mansion. Did you really think you could escape it just by being careful? It didn't matter to me which of you was the curse bearer. I will be taking both of your soul dregs anyway. Wait, Namigaki. The foot washing mansion is a powerful curse, and so simple to activate. It is ready whenever I need it. There's no escape from the voice of my feet. Ario, get out of here. Hurry, I will find you later. What? Okay. Too late. Hear the voice of my curse echo. The voice of his curse echo. This voice. This is. And now Tetsuo died. Foot washing Susui. My curse, the foot washing mansion. Too late. Hear the voice of my curse echo. The voice of his curse echo. Well, what? Why isn't my curse echo working? Impossible. This has never happened What's happening? I don't hear anything. Ario, now. Grab him. We're right. Namigaki, get down. Damn it. Boss, here. His curse stone. Good work. Give it to me. And now we have the first person to have 2 stones that I know of. Damn it, why? What do you think, boss? Should we lock him up? I haven't even touched you. You can't consider that assault on a police officer. Let him go. All we need is the stone. How could this happen? My right of resurrection. Give it up. The right was too good to be true from the start. I don't know what happened to you, but you would be better off mourning whoever you lost the right way. Now get out of here. Damn it. That was a close one, boss. We would probably be dead if he had activated his curse. Yeah, I'm not sure what, but something stopped his curse from. Boss, are you okay? Does having another curse stone hurt? Yes, the curse from this one is flowing into me too. I saw what activates the curse of the foot washing mansion, and the resentful memories bound to it. I see. I always thought this one was one of the stranger of the 7 mysteries. Now I know why. This sure is something. Well, what did you see? Let's say it. I want to know. Can I at least know? Give me the dictionary. Let's save that for later. All you need to know for now is that it's a particularly powerful curse. We are lucky we took it from him quickly. Oh, I can't see it. Very good. Okay, so what's going on with this one? Kills by crushing one who hears the command wash. She was an accomplished onmyoji. Alas, she did not use her talents for the good of the world or the people, but for her own selfish pursuit of beauty. After a fierce battle, the woman dragged herself through the streets. It was like something had gnawed away at her body. Will I die? I have already obtained what I needed, as long as I have this. Suddenly, a terrible realization dawned on her. Her legs wouldn't move. She fell to the ground. What was happening? Surprised, she looked down. Her foot, once so beautiful and delicate, had grown ulcerated and rotten. He got her. She was on the verge of death and covered in filth to boot. Crawling to a nearby house, her breath caught in her throat. The curious residents opened up, but recoiled from what they saw. My foot is so filthy. Someone, please, quickly. The woman expired while mumbling something unintelligible, and so ended the life of a woman consumed by evil. So all you have to do is tell them to wash. Okay. Huh. Well, that makes one stone. Where do we go now? We will visit all the places associated with the mysteries while it's still dark out. You mean we have to do that all over again? I hope they aren't all as aggressive as him, but people will do crazy things to bring back someone they love. It seems that the hatred the curse stones are imbued with makes people more willing to kill. Really? Then what about you, boss? I'm fine. I may not have any spirit sense, but I'm tough when it comes to this stuff. That's why they love me in paranormal affairs. So you are spiritually gifted after all. All right, Let's head to the next place. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you, but we have some questions for you. What? Are you with the police? I haven't done anything. Don't worry, this isn't an interrogation or anything. We just want to talk. You are Hideki Eiraishi, right? The historian? We know who you are, so this won't take long. But since we saw you here, we would just like to ask you a couple questions. Hideki is a historian who works part-time as a curator at the local folk museum and as a teacher at Komagata High School. His recent publication on the rite of resurrection has caused a stir in occult circles. Hideki is the quintessential obsessive researcher. Despite being entirely unsuited for teaching, he had no choice but to take up a position at Komagata High School in order to make ends meet. While having a captive audience in his classes goes some way to satisfying his need for respect and recognition, his conceited nature makes him unpopular among the students. Lately, he is concerned that articles he contributed for purely monetary reasons have earned him a reputation as a researcher of the occult. But the surge of interest in the topic and the resulting volume of article requests he is receiving are undeniably tempting. Hideki is a regular at the Kiyo Cafe on Hokusai Street, where he can be found outside his work hours writing essays and manuscripts. His published books include A Study of the Unknown and An Introduction to Bando High Story. Utaro Nabigaki. His Curstone was later recovered by Tetsuo Susumi. Utaro is an elite student at a prestigious university. He lives off the generous allowance he receives from his parents, who are both prominent local figures. Although Utaro has lived a charmed material life, emotional neglect at home has caused him to develop a spoiled, egotistical streak. The only kindness he knew growing up was from his family's maid, and he still fondly thinks of the plain rice with butter they used to enjoy together. Sounds like my average meal, plain rice with butter. Sometimes you gotta eat what you gotta eat. It's much better with fish, but not everybody can afford fish. He probably could, but I guess he just didn't. Well, let's get it over with. I'm a busy man. What were you doing? Now, a Raishi, what were you doing here at this time of night? Doing research, of course. Day or night, information never sleeps. That's an admirable philosophy. You know, your research has been quite the talk around town. What was it they were saying? You discovered something about some book.
Stream elements.
Right. You found some kind
Said.
of ritual in the
Stay
record
moist,
of
my friends,
fates.
hydrate.
What? Don't tell me you want to know how to carry out the rite of resurrection too. To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of people asking me about it all the time. None of you even care about the local high story. You just come crawling out of the woodwork when something interesting comes up. Looks like I hit a nerve. If you think you can force me to tell you because you are a policeman, you are sorely mistaken. This record of fates, where did you get your hands on it? The storehouse of an old private residence in the city, just as the public was told. I'm unable to be more precise due to an agreement with my informant. Are you doing all this research so you can use the right of resurrection yourself? You are a policeman. Do you really think people can be brought back to life? Everyone I meet, pitiful. So you don't believe in the right. Whether it's real or not has nothing to do with my research. Such things are better left to the occult freaks. I thought. Things changed. It has become necessary for me to pursue the right. Now I pray that it is real. What changed? I'm sure you can't imagine the funds for my research. I receive a large amount of funding for seeking the right of resurrection. And if I find it, I will receive a sum so great that I will never have to worry about Mooney again. Then that means someone is sponsoring your research. Is that right? What if they are? You have no idea how hard we work to secure funding for our research. I have no interest in teaching those children. Listen to me. I will tell you one thing. Those experts you see writing provocative books or spouting nonsense on TV to try and get popular, all of them are just trying to get the money they need to do their research. With how popular the occult is, saying something even remotely spooky can lead to big money. What? But I bought your book. The Pursuit of the Unknown begins, first and foremost, with belief. I was so inspired by that bit. I do appreciate your patronage. Unfortunately, however, the occult is not my true interest. The fate of the unknown is to be destroyed by thorough research and deep consideration. No way! I can't believe it. You are surprisingly innocent. Then what kind of research do you want to be doing? I'm sure it wouldn't interest you, but to put it simply, the focus of my research is how historical accounts transform into folklore over the years as they are passed down from generation to generation. What does that mean? Due to human bias, the account of any event is inevitably changed by the person communicating it. This is not necessarily done with ill intentions. It happens when someone tries to fill in the gaps in a story that lacks detail, or when something's left out or abridged because of the story's length, or when a story twists and shifts as it spread through oral tradition. Even when two stories are told about the same event, differences in culture or environment affect how it's told, changing its content. Silly little things can turn into terribly mysterious legends. My research is the study of how high story, culture, and legend all influence each other. I see. Take the seven mysteries of Honjo, for example. Why are some of the mysteries seemingly about nothing particularly interesting? You would think stories wouldn't last a decade, let alone hundreds of years. So why? Perhaps putting it that way piques your interest. I admit, I am curious. That's what you have been researching all this time. Makes sense. As I said, it doesn't matter to me whether the right exists or not. If people in the Edo period believed that what was written in the record of fates was real, that's all I'm interested in. But I have to be realistic. The research I would like to do is unfortunately not very lucrative. That's why I need to take some risks. Was the research you were doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Well, yes, that's right. What exactly were you looking for? I have no reason to tell you that. You wouldn't understand anyway. Well, in that case, I think I might have a guess as to what it is you were looking for. What? Damn it. If you know about that, then calm down. No need to get so defensive. We both want information, right? Why don't we have a nice, friendly chat? You may say that, but I don't trust you. Perhaps you have already learned about curses. Perhaps you want to take my power away from me. No, that's not true. I almost revealed my hand. I will say nothing else. Sorry, I will be taking my leave here. Stop. He's so fast. Sorry, boss. He got away. Oh, Yako Sakazaki searches for the rite of resurrection, hoping to revive her friend who jumped to her death. To get the information she needs, she meets with her classmate Mio Kurosuzo in their classroom at midnight to attempt using a spirit board. That should be everything. Okay, let's start. Ready for this, Yako? I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. Yako Sakazaki. Yako is a student in Class 2C at Komagata High School, unable to comprehend why her childhood friend and classmate Michiyo Shiraishi committed suicide. She attempted to investigate the incident herself. However, she was unable to make any progress and, feeling desperate, invited transfer student Mio Kurosuzu to join her in performing a spirit board ritual. Born and raised in Honjo, Sumida City, Yako's family has owned and operated the beloved candy shop Sonoya since its establishment in the early Showa era. Despite her modest appearance, Yako is a cheerful and vivacious young woman with a sense of duty and compassion so strong that she is easily moved to tears. She is also a bit quick-tempered and quarrelsome, always prepared to stand up against those who harm her family or friends. It is possible, however, that this readiness to fight is more driven by an innate love of chaos. Yako's winning streak against arrogant boys and scraps since she was a child remains unbroken and is the source of considerable stress for her both. Alright, let's start. This is the spirit board. This is how we will be communicating. First, we'll both put a finger on the 10-yen coin that's on the board. Like this. Just like that. Relax your finger as much as you can. Now for the chant. Repeat what I say, okay? Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Your turn. Spectre of the Spirit Board, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Good. Please tell us if you are there. It really moved. Looks like we succeeded in the summoning. We can ask questions now. Right, questions. Start with a question you know the answer to and see the response. Then, when you know your questions are being answered truthfully, you ask what you really want to know. Okay, I will start with something simple. What is this girl's name? What is the name of the girl across from me? Mia. Yeah, see? They even used that weird character you used to spell your name. How flattering. Mio Kurosuzu. Mio transferred to Class 2C at Komagata High School about 2 months ago. Although she is an extremely mild-mannered young woman, she exudes a somewhat off-putting dark aura, which makes it difficult for her to form friendships. Mio has, however, found a friend in her classmate Yako Sakazaki, and has begun opening up to her little by little. The truth of the matter is that Mio is the apprentice of a famous psychic. Possessing exceptional spirit sense, she takes on the troublesome task of surreptitiously handling spiritual disturbances that break out in schools across Tokyo before they become a problem. She transfers schools frequently as a result, and thus has trouble making human friends. Mio has already solved an incident at Komagata High School involving a female student possessed by a spirit. Although she takes effort to hide her spirit sense, many develop an impression that Mio has a deep knowledge of the occult and the paranormal upon first meeting her, leading her to be anxious that her secrets have been exposed. The most common comment she receives is that she seems to get along well with crows and black cats. I bet even the teachers get it wrong all the time. I guess these paranormal beings just tend to take a liking to you. I don't know how I should feel about that. Spectre of the Spirit Board, where are we? High school. That's right. The answers don't seem to be very precise. I think it should know the answer to this. Spectre of the Spirit Board, what is my name? What's the matter? How strange. It told me no. I bet it means it doesn't know. It may be the Spectre of the Spirit Board, but it doesn't know everything. Really? But it knew your name, Mio. Is this spirit really the real deal? It's fine. I feel like it's giving me attitude. I will ask it again. What is my name? It didn't even hesitate this time. Spectre of the Spirit Board, are you truly the Spectre of the Spirit Board? It said no. Is it lying? Not quite. The Spectre of the Spirit Board is just a temporary name we call them when using the board. We are actually calling a spirit with a strong tie to this place, or one of the people participating. In other words, a spirit that just happened to be nearby just felt like answering. They don't really think of themselves as the Spectre of the Spirit Board. Really. Feels like some of the mystique has disappeared. Do you mind if I still call you the Spectre of the Spirit Board? Yes, okay. Thanks. Always good to remember to say please and thank you. Alright, it's time to try asking serious questions. Yes. Okay, here I go. I will be serious now. Yes, please. Spectre of the Spirit Board. Did Michio Shiraishi in our class, who died by committing suicide by jumping 1 week ago, really commit suicide? So it really wasn't. I'm not surprised. I never believed it from the start. Now's the important part. Yes. Michio Shiraishi. Michio was a second-year student at Komagata High School. She was found deceased 1 week ago in a back alley off South Warigesui Street. Her entire body broken and severely contorted. Police determined that Michio committed suicide by jumping from a nearby apartment building. As there was no suicide note, the police based their conclusion on interviews with Michio's peers. Michio was an honor student with a good head on her shoulders and consistently excellent grades, making her a favorite among the teachers. Although she appeared somewhat reserved, she had a positive outlook on life and a courageous spirit. Michio and Yako formed a long-lasting friendship during childhood, with Yako's unbending, uncompromising attitude deeply influencing Michio. However, beneath her strong exterior, Michio had been pushing herself too hard and keeping her emotions bottled up to the point that they risked overflowing. Following her father's death 3 years ago and moving to a new house, Michio began avoiding Yako. Although the two remained in the same area of town and attended the same high school, they gradually grew further apart. Yako herself worried for her childhood friend, but, incapable of wading into complexities of Michio's home life, kept her distance. The days passed, and though Michio longed to confess everything to Yako, the moment to do so never came. Michio carried an old talisman, a memento of her father, with her at all times. Spectre of the Spirit Board. Did Michio Shiraishi die in an accident? It said yes. So it was an accident and not a suicide. Michio. Then did she slip and fall from that apartment building? She didn't. What do you mean? Michio didn't die falling from the apartment building. No way. If that were true, then why was she lying on the ground like that in the back alley of the apartment building? It was an accident, but not a fall. Spectre of the Spirit Board. What happened to Michio on that day? Seems like it doesn't know the details. Then how about Spectre of the Spirit Board? We want to use that rite of resurrection to bring Michio back to life. Do you know where the rite of resurrection is? I wonder. What? What is this? Stop. I'm scared, Mio. Calm down. You can't let go before it's over. Kill them. Kill them. Those who hear the sound. Kill them all. You hear the sound produced by the curse echo for more than 30 seconds. The effect will be negated if you are seen at that time. Interesting. So it'll produce music and then we have to get away with not being seen for 30 seconds. Omio stood atop the tall festival tower. It was her time to shine and she was ecstatic. It had been years since she joined the troupe, but she had yet to enjoy her day in the spotlight. She wasn't particularly pretty, nor was she all that talented. As a gossip and a loudmouth, she wasn't well liked by her peers. Some of the other girls thought of her as a teacher's pet and bullied her. I don't care about them, she thought. I will use this chance to make something of myself. Everything was perfect. She wore a beautiful kimono and an okame mask over her face. The stage was set. The accompaniment began. She danced with everything she had. Applause rained down upon her from the crowd. Her breathing hastened with excitement. I have got to catch my breath. That's strange. I can't take my mask off. The smell of glue assaulted her nostrils. So that's how it is. I knew it was too good to be true. Her screams were drowned out by the music as she squirmed and struggled. Oh, Mio is giving it her all today. We have to keep up. The crowd livened even more. No, no, please, someone help me. She fell from the tower, writhing in pain as she begged those around her for help. The music stopped in time with Omio's heartbeat. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar. Now, kill. Can you hear it, O lodestar, curse bearer? You who so strongly desires the succession, the right. Kill them. Did you hear? Someone from our school committed suicide. What, really? Who? I heard that Michio from Class C, right? No way, Michio? She had been acting pretty strangely lately, but I still can't believe it. Did you hear about Michio in Class C? Yes, she seemed like the stereotypical honor student in her first year, but she stopped showing up to class and her grades started dropping after her third semester. She offed herself because her grades were bad. No, fair. Just thinking about practice tests makes me want to die too. All anyone cares about is test scores and grades. Did you know? I heard Michio's mom remarried last year. They say her new stepdad is a total jerk. Really? How so? Like he would peek on her while she changes and couldn't keep his hands off her. I even heard he's an ex-con. If she resists him, he gets violent. That's so scary. No way. I couldn't take that. I would probably think about killing myself too if I had to deal with someone like that at home. You hear about suicides on the news, but for it to happen here, it's a little scary. By the way, isn't there a girl who transferred into Class C recently? I heard about her. She's gloomy, doesn't stand out much. Did you know that the school she was at before she transferred also had a suicide? What? For real? That seems like kind of fishy. There might be some of you who already know, but a member of our class, Michio Shiraishi, passed away last night. Okay, calm down. I know this comes as a surprise, but please keep quiet. The cause of death is still under investigation, and there's nothing we know for certain at the moment. Detailed investigation reports will come from the police, so please don't go spreading any rumors. Got it? We are sending everyone home for today. No dilly-dallying on your way. School will be off tomorrow as well. You, stop celebrating. Show some respect. There will be a memorial service scheduled next week at the school assembly, if anyone wishes to pay their respects individually. Yako, sorry to bug you. It's just, you seem a little different from your usual self. I hope I'm not being a nosy. But thanks, Mio. Was I acting that strangely? Yeah, enough to make me worry. If you want to talk, I'm happy to listen. Yes, this is perfect timing. There's actually something I want to ask you. Yes. You know that spirit board thing that everyone's been doing? Where where you summon a spirit and ask it whatever you want. Yes, I know it. I want to try it out. There's something I want to know. Why are you telling me this? I mean, you seem like the type to know about this stuff. I do. Yes, you look like you are really into that occult stuff. You know, you have got that kind of gloomy look. I don't know how I should feel about that. But you do know how to do it, right? Well, yes, I think I probably know a little more than most. Okay, please help me. You are my only hope. Okay, please help me. You are my only hope. Mio, you know about the rite of resurrection, right? Yes, it's that thing a Reishi apparently discovered and wrote an article about. I doubt there's many people who don't know. He's always talking about it. Do you believe it's real? Well, it sounds a little too good to be true to me. But on the off chance that it really works, we could bring Michio back to life with it. I want to find it if there's even the slightest chance of bringing Michio back. But how will you look for it? Right, that's the thing. Okay, please help me. You are my only hope. Michio, I wonder why she had to die. She didn't leave a note or anything, but they announced that it was a suicide. That can't be right. She would never kill herself. Michio was so happy and always looked on the bright side of things. She loved coming to school. I know she was going through some hard times, but for her to kill herself, I never got a chance to speak with her. She was often absent from school, and when she did come in, she looked depressed. You are right, and that's why everyone was so willing to accept that she committed suicide. They acted like they cared, but all they did was gossip about it. They put together little pieces of information and spread rumors like it's the truth. Isn't that terrible? Yes, it is. I have heard some that are really awful. In the end, the only reason they are able to say stuff like that is because they aren't personally involved. It's true that she didn't get along with her new stepdad and that her grades went down. But to say things like, how sad, no wonder she killed herself. How dare they? She always told me she was okay whenever I talked with her because I was worried. She would have told me if there was something bothering her so badly she would kill herself over it. I won't let Michio's death be written off like this. Like maybe she got caught up in something bad. Something bad. People have been talking about that body found in former Yasuna Gardens, right? Some are saying that this town is cursed or something. Yes, there has been a strange feeling around things recently. The thing you want to ask is it? Yes, I want to know about the truth behind Michio's death. And where the right of resurrection is hidden. I see. I don't know if getting the answer to those questions will be as easy as you hope. Please, the teachers and police aren't any help, and there's only so much I can do alone. If there's even the slightest chance that, well, okay, if that would make you feel better, then I will help. Yes, thank you, Mio. Okay, then tomorrow after dark. Case notes regarding the suicide of Michio Shiraishi, Komagata High School, Class 2C. Body discovered 1 week ago. Died from full body blunt force trauma in an alley off South Warigesui Street. Believed to have fallen from the roof of a nearby apartment complex. The deceased parents had recently remarried, and rumors among the students suggest physical abuse by her stepfather may constitute motive for suicide. Are you awake, Yakko? Yes. What happened? You can't remember. Let's see. We used the spirit board and I suddenly heard something like this weird voice, and then I passed out. Yes, as far as I can tell, you aren't experiencing any negative effects. I think it was just a mild shock from how sudden it was. Was everything okay with the spirit? Yes, it was almost bad, but I got it to leave. More importantly, what is that thing you have in your hand? In my hand. What the heck is this? It looks so freaky. When did I get this? The Fool's Procession. There's so much anger and hatred held within it. It looks like a little like tools that were used for ancient curses. What? That's so scary. Yakko, you just said you heard a strange voice, right? Could you tell me what you heard? Anything you can recall? I think it might be connected to that object. Let's see. It felt like I was at the bottom of a dark place. Then this voice felt like it was echoing in my mind. After that, it just kept shouting, "Kill them." I see. Thank you. Yakko, I think you may have exactly what you need in order to use the rite of resurrection. A curse with the power to take people's lives and turn them into soul dregs. What? You mean this is a real curse? I know I said I wanted to use the rite of resurrection to bring back Ichigo, but why? Why me? It makes no sense. Yakko, please calm down and listen. Yes. I'm sorry about panicking. No, it's okay. Fear is something we feel in the face of the unknown. Long ago, people would give names to phenomena they couldn't understand in order to live with them. However, modern day developments in science and culture have pushed for the rejection of things that can't be measured. And so, the paranormal has been treated like it doesn't exist. But they have been around since a long, long time ago. If you just understand, you can see that there's nothing to be afraid of. First, calming down is the most important. Accept reality for what it is. I only really gave this stuff a shot because it was popular, but you really do have a connection with this stuff, don't you? Well, I suppose to an extent. Mio, what do I do? Where do I start? Am I cursed? Am I going to die? It's okay. I will take care of the curse. That's why I am here in the first place. What? Trust me. I will take care of things. It will be all right. Thanks. I was the one who dragged you along to do the spirit board. It's fine. You are desperate to find a way to try and help your friend. But spirit boards are dangerous. You have to take them seriously. So I'm glad you invited me. Alright, let's review everything we have learned so far and think of how to move forward. Okay. What is this curse? Am I cursed? Well, I have only looked into it a little, but I wouldn't quite say you are cursed. It's more like you have gained the ability to use the power of a curse. There shouldn't be any kind of negative paranormal effects on you. The power to use a curse. Do you mean this curse stone? Yes, if the curse stone is used under certain conditions, a curse will be placed on someone, taking their life and turning it into soul dregs. Soul dregs are said to be required to enact the rite of resurrection. Normally, a curse is a spell that would only be usable by onmyoji of considerable talent. I believe that curse stone makes it so that even normal people can use them. Someone like me with no knowledge could curse someone. Yes, but it's still nothing to take lightly. You could end up having it redirected right at you. To tell you the truth, something unusual did happen while we were using the spirit board. It happened right around midnight, I think. This whole area seems to be under the effect of the Feast of Shadows. The Feast of Shadows. Yes, it's a type of spell that temporarily boosts the potency of the supernatural. It also has the effect of making the powers of certain curses echoes manifest more easily. Judging by its strength, I would say it probably covers about a 3 to 4 kilometer radius. 3 to 4 kilometers. That's big enough to cover all of Sumida City. Yes, I think the Feast of Shadows was used to cause the resentment lingering in the area to manifest as cursed stones. Someone did this, but who? I don't know enough to say, but it's likely that was done by someone who wants to uncover the right of resurrection. This isn't something to happen naturally. I see. The Feast of Shadows, a technique that allows one to create a field that temporarily boosts spiritual energy. In addition to amplifying the spiritual power of a particular area, it can also be used to amplify the strength, grudges, and desires tied to the area. The effectiveness of the Feast of Shadows is dependent on the abilities of the user, but it's possible to limit the scope and range of the spell to such a degree that one could use it to amplify the power of even those not naturally gifted with spirit sense. A cursed stone's powers can only be used in this area under the influence of the Feast of Shadows. The effects also only appear after the sun has set. By setting a limit on when they can be used, the curses are strengthened. The curses can't be used outside this area or during the day. Correct. But speaking of limits, to actually use a curse to kill someone, it seems there are conditions that need to be met. Conditions. You mean like how my curse echo needs someone to listen to the sound it makes for 30 seconds? To be honest, I don't really understand it. Like, how do I even summon the curse echo or make the sound? Do I just, will it? Do you mind if I try? Stop, stop, stop. You shouldn't be using curses so willy-nilly. Even if there are conditions that have to be met, the power to kill someone without leaving behind evidence is dangerous enough. In that sense, maybe you really have been cursed. I'm sorry that you got wrapped up in this situation even though I'm here with you. That curse stone, I think whoever holds it becomes a curse bearer. It would probably be best for me to hold on to it, but then I would feel bad about forcing it on you. No, I sense a powerful force rejecting me. I don't think I would be able to take it. Really? Why? If we tried separating it from you, the curse may trigger. That's how bad I sense it wants to stay with you. No way. That curse stone might look like nothing more than an old Netsuke carving. But I can sense a powerful, resentful energy from it. I don't think it's a good idea for me to even touch it. I may seem like I know what I'm doing, but I don't know how to handle something this powerful. Really, this little thing. If you threw it away and someone with bad ideas picked it up, it could be bad. I think it would be safer to avoid the risk of getting anyone else involved and have you hold on to it for now. Well, now I'm kind of freaked out. Anyways, we need to make it to daybreak. I think the curse should weaken once it's morning. I will help you find a way to deal with it then. Okay. There are two things you should remember. First, do not fulfill the conditions while it's night. Second, should you happen to fulfill the conditions, don't use the curse. Right. The mysterious voice said the cursed stone is called the Fool's Possession, right? Yes, that's from the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, right? Our school is said to be connected with a story with the same name, one of the mysteries. Right, I don't think it's a coincidence. This is just a guess, but it's possible that you were chosen because it could feel your desire for the right of resurrection. If this is a curse of the Seven Mysteries, Honjo, then it's possible that there are others who receive curses associated with the other mysteries. Yes, that voice also said that there are other curse bears or whatever you called them. Not only that, apparently you can get a lot of soul dregs by killing a cursed bear. Right, that's certainly not good. Even if we have no intention of killing others with the curse, there's a chance you may be targeted if other cursed bears find us. We will have to avoid anyone who has a number of the curses. That means we should avoid people at night as much as possible. But Mio, yes, if this curse is real, that means I could bring back Michio if I used it, right? The rite of resurrection would be real too. Yes, that's true. But you can't do that, Yako. But it feels like it's not the time to worry about that kind of stuff. If Michio died in an accident, then I'm sure she didn't want to die. What's the issue with putting a little curse on a complete stranger? I sort of feel like it wouldn't be a big deal. What's going on with you? You are not acting like yourself, Yako. You would never even consider taking the life of another person. Is it the curse's influence on you? Maybe the curse echo's grudge is rubbing off on you. Will you show me it for a second? Is there something inside it? No, stop. Yako, I'm sorry, but it's like I just suddenly really didn't want you to touch it. I understand. I'm sorry. But you need to give up on the right of resurrection. What? Because that's the real curse. Using resurrection as a lure, it tempts cursed bears into using their curses. You have to resist it. Don't let yourself be deceived by some curse. But Michio could. I think for tonight we should get you home to rest. I will walk you. The curse's influence should subside in the morning. Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you that you need to give up on the right. It's beyond us. Even a single curse stone alone is too much to handle. Bringing back the dead isn't something so simple. I know how much it hurts, but please focus on just worrying about surviving tonight. Even now, we are in great danger. Okay, let's get going then, shall we? We will take the same route we took to get here. We're right. We will be fine, right? There's no one else at school, is there? I think so. The night shift janitor shouldn't be patrolling this late at night either. What? Why did the lights go out? Mio, are you okay? No, no, no. What was that? Get me out of here. Mio, 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 where are you? Yakko, I'm here. Over here. Can you see me? Where? I can't see anything. There you are, Mio. This way. Over here. Be careful. Your field of vision is being limited. Right. Mio, what was that just now? Could it be another curse echo different from mine? I think so, yes. We may have been discovered by another curse bearer. What's wrong? Someone's there, in that classroom. What? Something moved inside. Well, hmm. It might be the curse bearer who used that curse echo just now. If we can see who it is, it might help us decide what to do later. That's true. Okay, be careful. Well, can you see anything? Try and get a look around. Is that our homeroom teacher, Jonochi? And the person with him is Hitomi from Class A. What? What is going on here? That bastard. He's added a game. I have to kill him. I won't let him get away with this. What? The curse. I could kill him with it. No, Yakko, you can't use the curse stone. What's gotten into you? Resist it. Who's there? Is someone there? This is bad. We have to go before they see us. Kohei Jo Nochi. Kohei is an English teacher and the homeroom teacher for Class 2C at Komagata High School. He was seen alone with Hitomi Okuda in a classroom late at night by Yako and Mio. Kohei was an honor student and top of his class back in his high school days. The apple of his parents' eyes, he was placed under immense pressure to attend a first-rate university. The family's plans came to naught, however, when the pressure caused Kohei to sink into a deep depression and fail his entrance exam. Even at the university he was able to enter, Kohei struggled to keep up with his classes, leaving him a vain but wounded young man. Kohei never aspired to be a teacher, but figured it was the least he could do with his talents. He considers his students to be beneath him and largely looks down on them all. Hitomi Okuda. Hitomi is a rebellious student in Class 2A at Komagata High School. On the rare occasion when she does show up to school, she skips all her classes and spends her time hanging out on the rooftop with her fellow troublemakers. Hitomi is regarded by the teachers as one of the worst offenders among the delinquent students attending Komagata High School. Hitomi was a fairly ordinary student when she started high school. However, trouble at home in her first year had her take a turn for the worse. She began associating with a group of delinquents from other schools with whom she would wander around town at night to avoid returning home. Warnings from teachers about dress code and conduct violations have fallen on deaf ears, with Hitomi going on reactionary rampages around school with her friends, breaking windows and disrupting classes. Recently, some teachers have taken to using harsher measures and even corporeal punishment to correct Hitomi's behavior. But this has only served to exacerbate the animosity between Hitomi and the school. Hitomi is widely regarded as the leader of the troublemakers at Komagata High School, but the title does not mean much to her. It seems like they are not coming after us. Let's hope they didn't see our faces. But Yako, what came over you all of a sudden? Sorry. Thanks for stopping me. It's like this uncontrollable rage suddenly welled up inside me. I wonder what's gotten into me. I can barely even remember what happened. I'm really sorry. I do think it's partly the curse's influence on you, but we certainly saw something shocking. My heart's still pounding. I'm a
Stream
little
elements.
surprised you know he told me from
Said.
Class A.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
She tends to stand out a lot. Got you. Well, she certainly does dress like a delinquent, though she barely shows up to school. But could Joe Nochi or Hitomi really be a curse bearer? I don't know, but we should be careful just in case. Yako. When I give the signal, run. Go straight for the entrance. Don't look back, no matter what. Why? Did something happen? Something happened, didn't it? What about you, Mio? I will be fine. We will meet up outside the school gates. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, go straight home, okay? Okay, go. Right. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. Just keep running. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. La, 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 la. I have to get outside. Let's see. To get to the gates, I go by the gym and. What are you doing, miss? You shouldn't be here this late. Don't you know what time it is? Ashimiya. Well, if it isn't little Yakko. Anyways, students ain't supposed to be outside playing around at night. Makoto is the janitor at Komagata High School. His predecessor was nearing retirement, so he began working as his replacement about 6 months ago. Makoto is popular among the students for his friendly and caring nature, going so far as to remember the names and faces of all those attending the school. He is affectionately known as Old Man Ashimiya. Although he appears to be a simple, amiable man, Makoto's occasional shrewd remarks have led to speculation among students that he may have led a far more interesting life than it seems. Whatever the truth may be, he will be remembered as one of the 7 mysteries of Komagata School for some time to come. I know you are rough around the edges, but I didn't take you for one to act out like this. Sorry, I forgot something back in the classroom. No sass today. Realized you were in the wrong, did you? Yes. Forgot something in your classroom. You are a piece of work. But you don't have nothing with you. Wait, you do. What's that in your hand? Well, this is what I forgot. I got it from my grandpa. It's really important to me. Girls these days sure have weird tastes. Well, okay. Better head straight home if you are done. I won't tell Anya. No, wait. I can't let you walk home this alone this late. All right, just wait a little. I will hurry and lock things up. But actually, a friend of mine is still inside. I think they will be here soon. That's so. Who's your friend? My classmate, Mio Kurosuzu. That transfer student. Breaking school rules already. Didn't take her for the type. No, I was the one who dragged her here. Well, whatever. I will go take a look. It will be safer if you go home together. Right. She's in the first floor hallways. Be careful, though. You don't know what may be there. What's that supposed to mean? First floor, yeah? I will be right back. She's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. I'm starting to get worried. I'm going to take a look. Mio, are you there? Mio, what happened? Where did I go wrong this time? It's my fault. It's all my fault. I left her alone with a curse bearer. Mio, I'm sorry. The truth is, right, Jonochi was actually looking for you inside the main building. Was that? He's here right now. What's he thinking? I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago. Well, I suppose that means I can't be locking up yet. Second floor, you said. I will go take a peek. Be back in a jiff. My house is really close by. I will be fine on my own. Really? That's so. The snack shop, right? Suppose you will be fine then. Be careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit streets. If something happens, shout fire. Okay, you worry too much. Well, we wouldn't want to be losing any more students. Though I imagine you would know that better than anyone. Yes, you are right. Mio's late. I have been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. There's someone coming down the road. That's a teacher. It's a Raishi. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. That thing in a Raishi's hand. It can't be. Could that be a curse stone? This is bad. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I don't think anything good can come from him seeing me. Wait, he's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange at all for him to have something to do with the curses. Then, could the curse echo from before have belonged to him? Shoot, did he notice me? Hello, Yakko. What are you doing here? That was fast. Did you not hear me? What are you doing here? I'm waiting for someone. In the middle of the night. I'm disappointed in you. Bad children who get into trouble at night need to be punished. What are you doing here? It's a special night tonight. Did you know that? A special night. Because of the Feast of Shadows. Well, you know a lot. Did you hear about it from someone? No, it's just a rumor that's been going around. No, there's no such rumor. It must be that transfer student. She has it, you know. You must as well. Take out what's in your pocket and show it to me. But it's... Stop it. I knew it. I see. You have one. It's not... That Neisuke is of great historical importance to the area. But it's dangerous to speak here. Why don't you come with me? This is important. That hurts. Stop. You are hurting me, Araishi. Stop pulling me. Fire. There's a huge fire. So stop that. Someone will come. Damn it, get over here. Where am I? It's completely dark. What's the meaning of this, Araishi? What? My stomach. It hurts. I'm bleeding. Uh-oh. We both want information, right? Why don't we have a nice, friendly chat? A curse stone. You are a curse bearer. A leaf. It is the evergreen beech, then. Yes, will you show me yours? This is mine, the ever-burning lantern. Interesting. I will tell you this for free. The evergreen beech comes from a man who was hanged for spreading false rumors. But the accusations against him were unfounded, and he died cursing those who deceived him. So that is the resentful memory held within the evergreen beech. The memories of the 7 mysteries are truly fascinating. If only I could collect them all. Do whatever you want, but you should know something. This stone of mine lets me curse anyone who tries to mislead me. Well, what? But don't try and lie to me. I will know. You would curse a citizen, and you call yourself an officer of the law. That all depends on you. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. What is it you want? The curse stones are dangerous. I would like to confiscate yours. Excuse me, but my right. First, let me ask you one thing. You haven't used that curse, have you? No, of course I haven't. I swear. I see. Good. Now, why don't you hand over that stone? unless you would rather try using it on me instead. Damn you, I won't give it to you. If I were to say that, what would happen? Would it be a crime? The police are aware of how dangerous the stones are. I could arrest you under Article 1, Section 2 of the Minor Offenses Act. Or you hand it over and all you lose is your secret ability. Think of what would happen to all your research if you were arrested. Fine, you can have the stone. Here. Kills by disembowelment one who finds himself trapped in the darkness of the curse echo. When Honjo was filled with samurai residences, the spies of the shogunate lived amongst the townspeople to keep an eye on things. The soba cart on South Warigesui served as one of their outposts. They would communicate to each other in code by turning the lantern on or off. Tonight at 4 meant that someone would be having the last soba of their life, and that their belly would be sliced open the next night. An unfortunate incident occurred in which a man attacked a woman in a bout of fury. He regretted it deeply, even declining to invoke the right to defend his honor. But the deed was done. Still he could not accept it. His rage at having been used by his daimyo boiled over, turning into a grudge he would never forget. Nearby, he saw a lantern quietly glowing in the night, and when the sixth bell rang, the man cut his own stomach open. Since then, the lantern could be seen a light before the soba cart had opened, and would flicker out suddenly even when there was no wind blowing. As this unsettling phenomenon continued, the rumors surrounding it grew, and soon all were convinced that it was the man who cut open his stomach, misting from beyond. Good choice. I look forward to seeing how your research pans out. Right. Would you tell us everything you know about what's been going on? If you help us out, we will give you all the information we have gotten after we solve the case. What do you say? In that case, will you tell me about all the resentful memories of the seven mysteries? I believe they are the key to the secret hidden in the record of fates. Sure, why not? I will learn about them as I collect the cursed stones. But thanks to you, we learned a lot from him. I wonder, the mysteries and rite are all public information. He kept everything he knows about the other cursed bears and the source of the curse here hidden. I was hoping he would at least give us a clue about how to beat these curses. I see. Then we should be more aggressive next time. Really make them spit it out. And by we, I mean you. I'm guessing he wants to save this curse. He wouldn't have told us anything, no matter what we asked. But now we know where he hangs out. We can always send someone for him if need be. Right, got it. I was surprised to hear that there are actually 9 of the 7 mysteries, though. Yes, that's 2 extra curse bears we have to find. We have confiscated 2, so there are 6 more. They could be anywhere in this town. So it's confirmed there are 9, you say? There are definitely 9? Because, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's definitely these 9. So you've got the canal where you can't turn around. The Fool's Procession, where you make a noise and have to not be seen for half a minute. The Beckoning Light. We haven't seen what that one is yet. The haunting clappers, where if they have something fire on them, they get burned. The evergreen beach is the liar's one. The taiko of Sugaru, we also haven't seen yet. The foot washing mansion, you have to say wash and they get killed. Okay, so there's only 3 we haven't seen yet. The beckoning light, the taiko, and the reed. Okay, cool. And we haven't even seen anybody killed by them, I don't think. Huh. We have to find them fast or they may start using the curses. No, I think we are already too late. I didn't tell you this, but there were some soul dregs in Navigaki's curse stone. Really? Then he already killed someone with it. It's not much, so it probably wasn't a curse bearer. Shit. Well, we know who did it. We can make arrangements to take him into custody. We will have paranormal affairs pick him up tomorrow. For now, we continue our search. Right, on to the next place. We just have to cross them off the list one by one. Boss. Good to know we can use the Minor Offenses Act to arrest people with curse stones. But why didn't we do that with Namigaki? If we could do that, there would be no need for paranormal affairs. What grounds would a normal detective have to put him under arrest? Right. Yes, I suppose that's true. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me. Well, we know he doesn't have it. He did have a curse stone, and he does kill her if he sees her with it, but he doesn't have it right now. I'm home. Thank goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so long. Nobody will be able to use their curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for Mio as soon as it's morning. But for now, I need some rest. What next? The big question now is what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. It's unlikely the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think. I see. All right. Excuse me. Hmm? Where did she come from? It's like she appeared out of nowhere. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm terribly sorry if I've gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers? Curse bearers? What's that then? It means someone who's gathering souls for the rite of resurrection. You have heard of the rite of resurrection, haven't you? Everybody's talking about it. Color me intrigued. Care to tell me more? What was your name again? Silly me, I'm Ayame Tono. She says her name's Ayame. I would guess she's around 20. She must be brave, walking around alone this late. Or maybe there's more to it. There's more to the rite of resurrection than meets the eye, you see. The best way to collect soul dregs is to kill other curse bearers, and that's about the size of it. I hope it wasn't too much to follow. No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in. Are you saying you're one of these curse bearers? No. Well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Utaro is. Utaro? Is that your boyfriend? Heavens no, just a friend. His full name is Yutaro Namagaki. We are, I suppose you could say, partners in crime. Funny way of putting it.
The LZ said. El Utero got friend-zoned.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Welcome on in, V. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Where is this Yutaro now? Well, about that, he's not actually a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer. Former? How so? I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone.
The LZ said. My existence is certainly happening and I'm tired, lol.
Well, make sure to get some good rest. It's important to not overwork yourself. When you're tired, you should definitely get some rest. Yep. I think I'm bad with names, but I think we have met. Utaro's the one that had the shoes one, right?
The LZ said. Too late, I got work in a few hours, how are you?
I am doing fantastic, thank you for checking. Well, hopefully work won't be too hard. Hopefully. And yeah, Utaro was the one that had the foot shortage, okay. Well, we are the ones that happened to take it from him, Ayame, actually. We have the curse stone he had. No, wait, no. That's the detectives. I'm getting my people mixed up. Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student only to flunk where it counts. Now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself, if you want something done right. Well, I know who has his stone. It was the policeman. The policeman took it. I mean, these guys don't know it, but he lost it. How did he do that? I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know what happened.
The LZ said. I'm gaming by with some friends, so I'll be lurking.
Okay, friend. Hopefully the games go good. Thank you very much for the lurk. All I know is that he came back saying he didn't have it anymore. Although, well, it's strange that you would probe into that of all things. I'm just the curious sort, that's all. Sorry if it's a touchy subject. I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret. Yutaro can be a little irrational sometimes, so I have to keep a level head on my shoulders. Anyway, mind if I ask why you thought I was a curse bearer? That. I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you out late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions. Got you. Sorry if we gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be cursed bears? Great question, and the answer is I was going to ask you very nicely for your curse stones.
The LZ
And
said.
you thought we would have
Oh,
given
it's a
them to
hat. The
you.
clothes made me think she had like bear ears or something.
Just like that. Nope, it's a hat. It looks kind of like one of those artist French hats, I think. That's maybe what it is. Well, maybe not. But you know what they say. You never know until you ask. You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky. Goodness no, we are just friends. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know? Anyway, you aren't curse bearers, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Please ignore me. What are you trying to do with this rite of resurrection? Well, Utaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems, how do I put it,
The LZ
self-centered.
said. Damn Utaro, you got friend-zoned and double friend-zoned, get it
Well,
together.
from what we've seen of him, he's very arrogant, so he'll be fine. I don't think he'll really affect him too much. He seems like the type to not really be bothered by it. I mean, if you have got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second. Not only is she friend zoning him, she's planning on stealing his shit and backstabbing him, alright? And use it for myself. Well, until he lost it anyway. He was supposed to lose it to me. How could he lose it to somebody else? God. But don't tell Utaro I was going to do that,
The LZ
okay? I don't think he would be
said.
happy to hear it.
She wants him for his stones and not in the fun way.
Oh, yep, that could be another way to phrase it, yep. Of course, keeping secrets is my busyness. Aren't you dashing? Sounds like you really have your heart set on this right. What were you hoping to use it on? Do you promise you won't laugh? Cross my heart. Well then, let me tell you my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. I'm an art student, you see, so I love Hitler. He had such great art, so I'm going to bring Hitler back because I'm an art student. Woodblock prints are my specialty.
The LZ said. So why is Dan from Ninja Sex Party and Game Grumps just casually on the background here?
I don't know the first reference, and I only vaguely know the second reference, so you mostly lost me there. You've mostly lost me. I'm an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty. Ukiyo-e in particular. Ukiyo-e. You must be a cultured lady. Really? Do you think so? Everybody says it's a strange interest for a girl to have. If you're talking about these two, though, this one is a mother who lost her son by murder, and she wants to use the rite of resurrection to bring him back. And he's a private investigator who was helping her investigate her son's murder, but now he's kind of along for the ride to help with the rite of resurrection as well. You know, people often think of the ukiyo-e as some inaccessible, high-class art form, but that's actually totally untrue. Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating?
The LZ said. Ninja Sex Party is a comedy music group that does amazing music. I Got a Car is a great song, so is Parents House, you should check him out. He also co-hosts Cool
Yeah, I
Runnings, the tall
guess.
lanky guy. Also the Hitler
And
bit
as
was
far as
crazy.
I'm
LMAO.
concerned, the undisputed king of ukiyo-e is the one and only Hokusai. Have you heard of him? Sure I have. He's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period? That's right. You're just as knowledgeable as you look. So she's more into Japanese artists and not Austrian artists. Okay. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic. They are the only works of his most people know. But Hokusai was so much more than just mountains and waves. It's only the teeny tiny tip of a veritable iceberg of work. I've got to admit, I only really know him from those landscapes myself. Don't worry about it. Anyone can learn. When Hokusai died at the age of 19, he lived a long time. He left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. That is pretty prolific. That is pretty prolific. Amazing, right? So he kept on drawing right up until his old age. Impressive. But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Even on his deathbed, he still thought he had more to learn. He was already the greatest painter and artist of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time? Well, that's what I want to find out. I think he would be more in shock about all the modern technology, and it would take him a few years just to even learn the modern technology first. Hold on, are you saying? Besides, he always said he wanted to move out of 100 houses, but he only made it to 93. Isn't that just tragic? No, no way this is going where I think it's going. Imagine the masterpieces he could create with modern techniques. I feel all dizzy just thinking about it. You've got to be kidding me. If I understand correctly, you want to use the rite of resurrection to... That's right. I want to bring Hokusai back to life. Well, that's certainly a novel idea. That's what she would use it on? What a waste. Kosushika Hokusai, a master ukiyo-e artist, 1760 to 18. Yeah, so he was a while ago. Hokusai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Honjo, Hokusai spent most of his life in the area now known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 Views of Mount Fuji and the Hokusai manga. Hokusai was a prolific artist from a young age and has left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. Though the general popularity of ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hokusai remained a core figure at the center of the Japonisme movement, providing inspiration for countless artists around the globe. Despite his fame, Hokusai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum, and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of the whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in ukiyo-e. Though he went by many names, in his later years he took on the title of Gakyo Rojin Manji, or the Mad
TLC
Old Painter.
said. So she wants to revive an artist to see what he'd do in modern age. Nah, she wants to more than see his art. She wants Hokusai to paint her and his blue period, make a new work with his piece art. Euphemism.
Well, if he's that prolific, if he made multiple art pieces, repetitively, he's got to have some stamina, right? And what girl doesn't love a guy with stamina? I mean, yeah, if you're gonna be that prolific, that's what's gonna happen. What would be funny though is if he did come back at 90 and she still tried to get some anyway. Hokusai lived to be 90 and never lost his passion for art. Is that the time I should be going? I
The
need to
LZ
get my hands on a curse
said.
bear before
Girl's
daybreak.
live stamina, I would know I'm single, ha ha ha.
Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck. Ayame Tono. As a young woman working with Yutaro Nabigaki, her love of Kosushika Hokusai's ukiyo-e is so great that she wishes to resurrect him with the rite of resurrection. Ayame is a clever but calculating university student who only has time for her own interests. She is making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of female university students, incited by their appearance across TV commercials and radio programs. Ayame is content to ride this trend and other things, as so long as it allows her to get her hands on whatever she needs and wants in life. Recently, Ayame has figured out that older men will fall for her if she acts a little bit stupid. She was approached by Yutaro Namigaki in town and, although she was not attracted to him, agreed to date him because his family. So she is pretending to date him. She is pretending to date him, and then she's going around to other people and saying they're not dating. Damn, bro. Damn. However, she does not think much of him as a human being and is beginning to grow bored of their relationship. Well, there goes trouble. If we are going after Curstones, we should keep an eye on her, too, if we can. Why do you say that? Before she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we are curse bearers. There's a good chance we will clash sooner or later. We are after the same thing, after all. You head on back to the mansion, ma'am. I think I will tell her for a while.
The LZ said. Yotaro is on Susie's slide watch right now.
Back here again. I left Richter to continue looking for curse bearers and came home alone. The old Shikima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It's always stayed the same all these years. Even the war didn't touch it. I
The
never
LZ
liked it growing up.
said.
I always
Shiggy
wanted to
Shiggy
live
Mansion.
somewhere more modern. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officials, the Shikima family is one of considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild in a new location. The Shikima mansion was at one time a bustling place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of the house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since their mansion has stood silent as the grave. Mockingbird number 5. Looks like an ostrich of some sort. These are the collectibles, by the way, the things we can find randomly that are just like, bonuses pretty much, just random stickers. The lore so far is that her son put them up, I guess, and they are basically just birds dressed up to be punks. This one is the ostracizer. We've also had the head honcho and the pink punk, or the pink something. Pink Punisher, that was it. The pink Punisher. Alright, another mockingbird there. Cool.
The LZ said. A mockingbird in armor, why not call it a nightingale? It was right there.
There might be one that's like that. I don't think we've seen a mockingbird yet. We've seen a penguin or a flamingo, an ostrich, and a rooster. So, I mean, if there is a mockingbird one, there might be. The entire series is called the. I think it's the entire series is called the Mockingbirds, and each one has specific names. Yeah, the entire series is called the Mockingbirds. So there might be a mockingbird called the Nightingale. There might be. Do 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 do. And so we enter the empty house where the echoes of her son. A threatening phone call.
The LZ said. I meant ostrich and not sure why I said mockingbird, but still a nightingale is play on the nightingale bird. Seriously, you might be right, it will be there later, maybe, if not game XD.
We will see. We will see. Well, with this, we will have visited every place connected to the seven mysteries. This is the last spot, and we have got nothing to show for it, even though every last location looks suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. Sounds like we will need to do another round before morning comes then. Or maybe someone's been observing our movements. What? No way! It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. Kanshibowi Park. What the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it, we were too late. Was this a curse too? Hang on, I'm going to call this in. I will leave it to you. I'm going to take a look around. It was indeed a curse. The curse of the canal. You better not turn your back.
The
You'll break it.
said. My god, he has been dead by someone or something.
Thank you very much for the head pats, friend. We actually did witness this death earlier. We know exactly what caused it. Bad news. What is it? Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensics team are on their way, but it will be a while before they arrive. That is bad news. So they got someone else. You think this is the work of a curse bearer? With suspicious deaths popping up one after another, we have to assume it is. Shh. Guess we will be stuck waiting around for a while. Oh, the phone was ringing. Boss, that phone is ringing. Yeah, I hear it. What's this? There's something stuck to the side of the phone. Oh, we got another one. Come on, boss, that's not what we are supposed to be searching for. Mockingbird number 13. The Pelicanot. Okay, that good job. Good job there. He's a Pelicanot. He doesn't do things because he can't. He cannot do things, yeah. Okay. Well, we better go check it out. You are right,
The LZ
but be careful. It could
said.
be a curse.
Fess puns are for the birds.
I said we. You expect me
VLZ,
to go alone.
said.
You are
Button
the one
tag.
who's tough against this stuff.
VLZ,
Don't worry,
said.
boss. You can do it. Go
TSHHH.
on now. Damn it. Oh, I wonder if they can work over the phone. Like that would be really dangerous for that one girl's if she can transmit. Because one of the curse items is you have to have them listen to the curse for 30 seconds and not be seen. But if you're on the phone and you're like 5 miles away, they can't see you. They can just hear you through the phone. That would be kind of dangerous. Oh, hello, Kinchibori Park phone booth. Evening, Detective Susumi. How are things looking out there? Who is
VLZ,
this?
said. Okay, who answers the phone by saying hello? Yes, this is phone booth.
Well, I mean, normally you answer by, like, this is the Shinigami residence or whatever, right? This isn't really a residence, it's a phone booth. I finally got him, the real deal, Detective Tetsuo Susumi himself. Wait, that's Chief Inspector Susumi now, isn't it? You have come a long way since we last met. I asked you to identify yourself. Have you forgotten already, after all the time we spent together? What a time that was! As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround. Wait, is this Fumichika? So he did get out. This guy's murdered people. We know for a fact this guy's murdered people, or high school girls specifically, cut them up and dumped them into rivers. And now he's out on parole, apparently. He is definitely out. That's nice. That's nice. What? Did you say Fumichika Nejimi? Like the one from Nejimi Murders. Yep, he's apparently out on parole. You got it. I had a feeling that the great Chief Susumi would remember me. I spent 20 long
Stream
years in a
elements,
cell thanks to you.
said.
That shit
Stay
was
thirsty,
not
my
easy.
friends, hydrate.
You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think and atone for your sins. That it did. I have repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle. Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did. I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole. What? If this is the real Fumichika Nejimi, he must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. Is this payback? Damn it. What is your goal? Now you got to understand. I have repented, seen the light. I have been a good boy since I was granted parole. I even got myself a job. Please tell me it's not seriously the janitor. If they seriously gave him parole and a new name, and let this murderer of high school girls work as a janitor at a high school, that's going to break the immersion a little bit because I just cannot see them doing that. I've been real serious about walking the right path. Well, that's very nice. Keep it up. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give you a little token of thanks, or I would never truly be able to have a fresh start. Do you get what I'm saying? No thanks. I don't need anything. No need to do all that for me. Just try to live a quiet life. It's no hassle at all. It would be all too easy to just kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge. You fucking bet it is. I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time, I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me, and I did it all for you, Susumi. So please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings. Sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you. Shut the fuck up. That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away. I just told you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time, I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy. Oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nejima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Shut the fuck up. This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much. It was worth a shot. Did you really think that would save me, asshole? You must be crazy. Well, then we're both crazy. We have got so much in common, we should be friends. Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can, because I will be cracking your skull next. I'm going to kill everyone you care about, one by one, till there's no one left. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Boss, what about me? Wait, are you just trying to protect me? There's not a single person you care about. I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that. Don't you fucking dare. I'm warning you. Very nice. This is more like it. She's living all on her own now, isn't she? Attending university and all. Such a good girl. Don't tell me that she just happens to live in Honjo. She does. No, forget it. This isn't funny, you asshole. I'm going to find you and make you pay. I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears. Fuck you. I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll be just like old times. I won't let that happen. I look forward. How do you know where I am? That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for. This is delicious. Just as delicious as your daughter's flesh. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun racking your tiny little brain for it. I guess I could give you a little hint. Go on. Well, you see. I have the one. Oh, shit on a stick. I have the one-sided reed. Susumi, you have the Evergreen Beach. Well, he not only has the Evergreen Beach, he also has the feet one and the lantern one. Nejima, you are a curse bearer. You are using the power of the curse. Indeed, and what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hints end. God damn it, the curse echo couldn't have fallen into worse hands. One more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally going to shut up. I'm already sick of you, so I will pass. But you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me you would get... And in a way, it's almost worse, because assuming what we know about the one-sided read is true, this person who murders girls has the curse that comes from a murdered girl. If anything, it's a little worse that he got that one specifically. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. But this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm going to kill all the people you swore to protect. Every last person living here. You couldn't, but with this curse of mine, I can. I will, and what's even worse is he could kill you, get the resurrection ritual, bring you back, and kill you again. If he really wanted to be really vengeful, that would be some shit. I will give you until dusk. By then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so, and it will all be your fault. It must be so hard to know they will all die because of you. Tragic. It must be tearing you apart. Don't fuck with me. There's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is a particularly strong one, which means I can have my fun without needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You are surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off? Who knows? And how about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? What about that, asshole? Idiot. You think I would call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away for you. I will find you. I won't let you get away with this, Nejima. You have got 12 hours. Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plans? The sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. And I will even have enough soul dregs to pull off the rite of resurrection. How splendid. Wait, Nejima, you are after the... Anyway, see ya around. Bye bye now. Boss, Ario, did you catch all that? Nejima, what is he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the seven mysteries are wrapped up in this is going to make things tricky. You mean with Nejima being a curse bearer? Just our luck, really. It couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught in the crossfire. We will use them to find out where he is, but then we are going in alone. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Aye aye, boss. That's some epic music playing. Later, it was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killing still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshima. At Susumi's request, a large-scale investigation was launched to prove Chika's Nejima's whereabouts. Susumi and Ario themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closed on that cursed night. 12 hours to sunset. Okay. Teisuo Susumi. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information. Took you long enough. Mockingbird 16. Swanelope swoosed. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Thanks. The floor is yours. A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the one in this park. Let's start with that one. The young man we found here. He's been identified as Shogo Okie, 25 years old, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in the lungs. He drowned. He drowned in the middle of the park. That's not possible. It's got to be a curse we are dealing with here. About that, boss, isn't this park associated with one of those 7 mysteries, too? The Whispering Canal. That's right, the Whispering Canal. It does seem like there would be a link between a canal and death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, Ariel. You are starting to get the hang of this. Let's assume they are related. What's next? Before that, the body of a woman was found behind a residential complex in Kanezawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She was an office worker who lived on her own in the area. As for the cause of death, well, the entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but considering the way she was found, we are looking for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop. Hang on, are you saying she was stepped on, meaning probably the float-washing mansion? Exactly, crushing is the float-washing mansion's modus operandi. The place where the body was discovered is also known to be related to the 7 mysteries. Then is this Nabigaki's doing? I knew he would use it. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the 3rd victim, he was identified as Kohei Jonochi, 32, a teacher at Komagata High. He was found in the school's courtyard. The cause of death appears to be external trauma from a fall or heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle of the courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium or the main building. A teacher dying at school. And not just any school. Komagata houses one of the 7 mysteries. The Fool's Procession. Right, it's where the Fool's Procession is supposed to be. It's too big of a coincidence. We can't rule out the possibility that this death was also the work of a curse. I see. Either way, it seems all 3 victims can be tied to the 7 mysteries. There's probably a curse bearer at the center of it all, pulling the strings. But you have got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right, and Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the seven mysteries. Problem is that the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the seven mysteries? That's a thought, but if that were the case, we would be dealing with a powerful practitioner, one who could pull off a curse like that without using a cursed stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that. Really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff. I would be more surprised if you did. Well, looking at these deaths, it seems like many of the curse bearers acted last night, but we can't rule out that there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. I hadn't thought of that. There is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems that the curses can't be activated while the sun's out. That's great news. Basically, we are safe during the daytime. Exactly. It's also likely why Nejima gave us till dusk. He must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day. Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye, aye, boss. Let's do this. Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye, aye, boss. Let's do this. At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namigaki had the foot washing mansion, and Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We have got both of their curse stones. And then there's Nejima, who claims she has the one-sided weed. Yes, that about sums it up. Notes on known curse bearers. Well, we know who has the canal. It's that one lady that we saw in the prologue. Okay, so it's also, yeah. But we haven't seen the Taiko or the beckoning one. I mean, I'm assuming she has a whisper canal. We had better figure out who the remaining 5 are quick. How should we go about looking for them? There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers too. Either way, he should be our top priority. He could do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. I have got a feeling there's some connection there. Aye aye, boss. Sounds like we have got our work cut out for us. I asked around Sumida's Community Safety Bureau, where Yoshimi was stationed. It seems like he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michiyo Shiraishi. Yes, I heard about that. He was trying to determine whether it really was a suicide. Looking into the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play, because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been deemed a suicide, and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up. What was the evidence? Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building, a ways away from the road. There was no evidence of a vehicular collision, so it was ruled a suicide, but he thought there was more to it. Yes, A truck
The
or other
LZ
flat-based vehicle
said.
traveling at high speeds
Sorry was on the
could have
phone.
inflicted similar
The LZ
damage.
said. What I miss?
Well, apparently, a known serial killer has got a cursed stone, so shit's hitting the fan. That's the main thing you missed, I think. Probably. Oh, and he threatened the cop who caught him, because that's, the stereotype. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. So there is a chance that it wasn't a suicide. But what a terrible way to go. There were no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. This is turning into quite the grisly case. Oh, and that one teacher is dead. The one we found in the classroom. He did apparently die. But the vehicle could have come out from a collision like that unscathed. Exactly. So I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicles with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they are looking very hard. We have got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth. That's true. You think the driver is the one who did him in? Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics in the traffic bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up. You are right on that. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit and run, it doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. That's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. I managed to get a hold of Michio Shiraishi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too. Good thinking. Hopefully that will give us some more leads. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. Remember the girl Yoshimi met with the day he died? One Hitomi Okuda. Community safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand. Not even an address. Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. Not sure we really have the time for a stakeout right now, but she could be a key witness. Can't we have community safety track her down for us? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Komagata High School is closed today because of the teacher that died. That's right. Alright, but if it's not something we can do today, we may have to forget about it. Let's move on then. I got some information about Yoshimi's fiancée from community safety. Her name is Mayu Chozawa, 27 years old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But, here it comes. But what? Community safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died. Not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? Mayu is a beautician and the fiancée of Hajime Yoshimi, a police officer with the Sumida Police Department. Mayu's current whereabouts remain unknown. It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps. It is fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or a spouse, but Yoshimi was well liked, and they have been together for over 10 years. You never know. things could be different behind closed doors. I guess so, but we will have to consider the opposite scenario too. It could be that the same person who was out for Yoshimi is after his fiancée as well. She could be in danger. You are right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking for her. We will know as soon as she's found. HQ has mobilized a search unit for Nejima, but so far we haven't received any word. Guessing he wasn't at home or at work. About that, apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? We have no idea where he lives. Okay, so they didn't assign him as the janitor. Good to know. Good to know. I was getting a little worried there. It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was working at. They told me he was only there for a month before he quit. Hold on a second. You're telling me nobody caught that? Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he had been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking on his workplace. He also said he had lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place. That's just sloppy. I have heard that they are giving parole to just about anyone these days because they are running out of room in the prisons. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked. Nejima got to fuck about unsupervised. God damn it! That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse. Or insanity. Whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That would explain why he has so brazenly made contact. That asshole, he's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot is being filed. That's going to take way too long. We only have until dusk. Speaking of Nejima, yes. Did you manage to reach your daughter? It would be best to put her into protective custody as soon as possible. Not yet. I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either. That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up. I don't have her contact info, alright? Damn, she really doesn't trust you. Either way, I told her mother that it was an emergency and that we would send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree. I guess that explains why you got divorced. But if you, her former father, can't find her, how the hell did Nejima do it? Former. That cuts deep. Sorry, it just kinda slipped out. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with this cursed echo. Back on topic already. He said his curse could kill a lot of people in a short time. It may even allow him to act from a distance. I see. The one-sided read. What was that story about again? Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up. Right. One of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. As for Nejima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people at it till we find something. I will check in with HQ frequently to see if they have got any updates. And that's about it. Shall we continue our investigation? We could go to Komagata High School to look into Hitomi Okuda, or to Michiyo Shiraishi's house to find out more about her. Ooh, sushi. I do love sushi. Yes, yes, yes. Can we get some sushi? Yes, yes, yes. Fancy sushi. This game has some nice soundtracks, I gotta say. I'm really digging the music, bruh. Here we are, Komagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students.
Kinda reminds
I
me
only
of a
saw
loop in the RD
I only
soundtrack
saw
kind
a
of.
few episodes of Lupin the Third, to be honest. I know that's a massive anime. I have seen a few episodes, and it does kind of remind me of that. Which is kind of appropriate considering we're dealing with a policeman right now. So it's kind of got that adventure vibe to it, if that makes sense. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as a Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem for years now. This school is no exception. Juvenile delinquency. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people, a wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students, and often involving weapons, consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Boso Zoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and pompadoured Yankees and female Sukeban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. The school gate will stay locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they are still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the Fool's Procession, and of course where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Right, speaking of schools, what is it? You said paranormal affairs can't help us right now. Why don't we get that psychic high schooler you mentioned to help? And if we get her to help us, we would actually find out who has Fool's Procession because she was there when it was given to them. Now, whether or not they are the ones that killed the teacher, I don't know, but a lot of the people involved in this case lead back to this school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout out the area. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout out the area. It seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. We don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. Mockingbird number 6. The Illegal Eagle. Alright, I will go check the house. Ario's checking the Shiraishi household. I will just wait until he gets back. You are back. No luck, boss. No one home. Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. I glanced in the windows, but there was no sign of activity inside either. And I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into their mailbox. Well, I guess that's as far as we can go with this guy for now. Okay. Let's go up here. Life can be tough indeed. Life can be really tough sometimes. But hey, at least there is sometimes sushi. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then. That aside, why are you so late this morning? There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers, but I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. And what's that? Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it will suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with a curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes. I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? Long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you would expect. Compensation. Cash, for instance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shikimis, would it? Of course. Why, any amount would be fine if it would get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom. Okay, with that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They have yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they have been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. Only 3. That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. and then we offer them the deal. None of the curse bears seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all. You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the cursed stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. You are thinking this person is not one of the cursed bearers. You have got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rite. This would be very risky, since as a cursed bearer they themselves would become a target. It would actually be more convenient for them if the cursed bearers moved less aggressively. That's right, but despite that, they have been inciting the cursed bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves? You mean that their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. How should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we will have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Understood. After all, we will never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we will do it without using the curses ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them, but I only managed to get detailed information on 2. You are quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Micho Park. You even determined her address. You are not one to be underestimated, investigator extraordinaire. I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I would like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She is planning to steal the curse stones, just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Next is the tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. Impressive. What can I say? He works as the secretary to Hihaku Soaps' chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihaku Soaps' headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes, they have been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. Well, with the increase in sales, I assumed she would want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope you will. Perhaps they are interested in seeing if the right would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Now that's an interesting thought. After all, you can ask any politician. You can ask the Queen of England. Baby's blood is fantastic for the skin, so I'm sure a curse or two is as well. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting soul dregs, right? Indeed, I couldn't get a good look at him though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. Well, that's a shame, but I can make an educated guess. You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the rite of resurrection, the one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Eiraishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature. Even he is involved. How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? I think it's possible, yes. No, because he has somebody that's hiring him. He has a backer. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. Of course, I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a cursed bearer. First, I will return to Hihaku Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Arigesui Street. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Jonochi. Do you think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It would be wise to pay it a visit. Understood. In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they are bound to inspire strange rumors. But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no? It's true, both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings. How? What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the seven mysteries' curse? Can we really assume they are unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it would be easier if it were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. You are right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I will trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am. Okay. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of South Warigesui Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. Back in the Edo period, the canal known as South Warigesui ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kenshicho Station or Ryugoku Station, though it's still considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well. This is quite a lively area. I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center. South Warigesui Street. A Warigesui partitioning ditch refers to a waterway dug down the middle of a road so as to divide it. At the dawn of the Edo period, the Honjo district was little more than a collection of suburban rice farms. As the area became more developed, the South Warigesui was excavated in order to drain rainwater into the Yoko Jiken River to the east. Though it served the people long and faithfully, it was converted into an underground culvert at the beginning of the Showa era. In the present, no trace of it remains on the surface but the street that bears its name. To think a small soap-making company would grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsue Yamamori is called the Queen. Hihaku Soaps, a chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetics market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsue Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deep into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding to the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name Hihaku can also refer to kasuri, a type of patterned fabric. Nasue Yamamori. Nasue is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemicals company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Prior to the war, Natsue enjoyed working her dream job at a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, and she was ordered to rework the fabric she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of a Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsue left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsue saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsue ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku soaps into a household name. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary. That's correct. Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders? That's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. Yeah, because money wouldn't really mean anything to them, right? Busyness is up and running. I can see people inside the reception area. We are here. This is Midoricho Park. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. This place is connected with the story of the Taiko of Sugaru. Not only that, Katsushika Hokusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayame chose to live here. Midoricho Park, a small park bordering South Warugesui Street, sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, its small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains in the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of the Sugaru estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hokusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. Good going, ma'am. You found a haiku. That's a rare one. Is it now? A haiku. I bet that one's the drug runner. That's the drug runner one, isn't it? We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayame's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I would prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I would like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace on her movements. Then be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. No thing. I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, however, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. You have got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite them being so covert. What can I say? It's part of the job. However, it meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go that far. We won't make much progress sticking around here. Okay. I guess that's all we can do here then. Here we are at Ground Zero, Komagata High School. I guess it's logical that the police has got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here, after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a cursed bear decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a cursed bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Alright, I will go ask the students about Michio. I'm back, ma'am. What did you learn? That school kids sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Jonochi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. Not surprising. Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought, but there was one story that caught my attention. Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Jonochi. Really, the story's got two pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently, he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students. And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that juicy don't stay a secret for long. As for the other piece of evidence, a pigtailed girl in her school uniform was seen around school late last night. Go on. Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some are proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that it was her visual spirit. But it's not like Michio's the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames. But if it were true, I would want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that would be ideal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of student addresses on hand. That's an amazing find. I believe all the students actually have a copy of said list. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands. Well, so far it hasn't, no? Sure, let's hope it stays that way. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio Shiraishi's house. How did it go? I went to visit Michio Shiraishi's family home. However, no one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. It seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. I met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out that Shiraishi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year. Is that so? I will give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common law husband had moved into the household. His name was apparently Kenkichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. What of this Iwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. That's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough. Every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Through this, the Shiraishi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes unless the partner says something, unless they actually complain. It's not a crime, which is why you should always speak up for yourselves, guys. Always speak up. That's awful. And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shiraishis entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again. It seems that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish, good for nothing in the first place? I have heard many stories where one partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school, It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Oh, apparently that's the last person of interest, too. Okay. The common law husband of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi. Kanchiro started coming and going from the Shiraishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. But the Shiraishis certainly hadn't lucked out with theirs, bringing such a violent man into it. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I will be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It will be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around, visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps. I'm going to go in. I may be a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill time. Okay, good luck in there. Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I will fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night. But it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me? I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night. However, you said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping you'd hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night, and your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer, no? You are right. We lack time. I will confess. I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you have obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. You are telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch. She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suichin, Ganyodo, who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? Those are curses we are speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6. I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we are on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. I'm sorry to I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now. Then I will accompany you while you retrieve it. I am sorry, but I have got something important to attend to, but I promise I will return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I will oblige. And that's how it went. They aren't after the right after all. I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. I believe we are dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6. That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company is plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul dregs. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch. I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spreads that Hihaku's chairwoman has godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's unsettling. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. And what's that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee. Really? Long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it's all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I have reason to believe Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the 7 mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I have gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. You came here too. What is it? Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? Oh, these two groups met up. Okay. So that's what? Four? Yeah, four of the cursed stones. So that's like almost half of them. And one group now. Maybe. Good morning, Yakko. Yakko, rise and shine. You are up. It's morning. I. Are you okay? Can you remember your name? I'm Yakko Sakazaki. Good. Seems like you are fully awake. Mio, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yes, still alive. I could dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you have been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Yes, you said something about that last night. Just who are you exactly, Mio? Well, the truth is, I have been trained in things having to do with the supernatural. You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging? I had quite the eventful childhood. That sounds like it must have been tough. Yes, it would take a long time to explain, so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or more, maybe more like assistant, to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. That's amazing. It's like a part time job you do while also being a student. Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training so I don't get any money. You've got it rough then, but still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school, and why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school. Yes. Do you have your cursed stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold onto it. Want to give it a try? Right, I do have it, but Yakko, is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean. I can't approve of it. The rite may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then. Yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and what I will put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yakko, I promise I won't use the curse, no matter what, but maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up on the possibility just yet. That said, I will help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For the Michio that still exist within me, I will settle things so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right. Thank you, Mio. Okay then, let's go. Candy Shop Senoya, an old-fashioned candy shop located on a street corner in Honjo. It has been in Yako Sakazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store, cooking monjayaki, and playing traditional tops and card games with the local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it is not uncommon to see these largely privately owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt ground floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat monjayaki, as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such faculties make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth when many confectionery manufacturers entered the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I will go ask. Thanks. This isn't good. What happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Okay. Jonochi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. What? They are closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way. Why? Could it be? Because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Jonochi's body was in the middle of the grounds, but his body was covered in bruises like he had fallen from somewhere high. Weird. Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely it has something to do with the curse. You were saying someone used their curse on him last night. Seems like it, doesn't it? But that's so scary. So the curses really do kill people. And someone used it. Keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Sorry. His deceased body was discovered on the school grounds at dawn. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that got added. I wish we had a little more information, but they have locked up the front gate. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance. That person over there. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda? You are right. That's unusual. But she was at the school last night, too. She must know something about Jonochi. Let's see what she has to say. Mio, wait for me. You were telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night. No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I will tell you everything I know. Thank you. She owes you. Yes, right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, what was it? Exorcisms. That's what it was. Did you hear about Jonochi? Heard about it. I have known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen? Tell us about it. What happened exactly? Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What I can tell you, it was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out onto the ground like something was chasing him, then screamed. Somebody help me. Forgive me, Michio. Or something like that while he was running around. Michio. He mentioned Michio. Was there anyone else out on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was, but for just a second I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids. I did go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life like I was wrong, and I will do anything. Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him. He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I better get out of there. Then he croaked. That's all I saw. I see. But from what you have told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Jonochi and killed him. Hell, if I know anything about that, I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Did you tell that story to the police? No, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they would believe such an insane story anyways. Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Yes, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. He did. I'm sorry to hear about that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You have got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. It wasn't. Yes, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Mio, I have been thinking something. The way she described it reminded me of something. The way Jonochi died. It sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses of the seven mysteries had manifested when she died. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Right. Hitomi, were you possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it all too well myself. What I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Yes, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard. That's how it works. Do people also have their personality taken over when possessed too? It is possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent and child, but you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. The seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus. Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call, though there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person, but even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it would only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. But if that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior of your own will or not? Hence why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they are possessed. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper their connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated. It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. My being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. Yes, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training. I think I may pass. That's why you do the job you do, Mio. I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up all of a sudden saying she was going to exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything. You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results. I guess that makes sense. He told me last night before you witnessed Jonochi collapse. Can I ask what he and you were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Right, with everything that happened with Jonochi. They will suspect you if we told them we saw you with him that night. Anytime seeing something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. Last night, that piece of shit Jonochi called me over here, acting like he was gonna attack me or something. What? How terrible. Whatever. I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer on society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me. Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain. Where to start? What did you mean by Jonochi's acting like scum? Was he doing something bad? You know Michiyo Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself. Michiyo. I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her, and he was using it to blackmail her, call her up after school, and make her do whatever he wanted. Well, what do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? I will leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in. No way. That's... How? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Jonochi really did a number on both Michiyo's body and soul. She probably felt she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. No, how terrible. Hitomi, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him asking what he was doing. Walked in on it. I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around, but she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Michiyo, why? She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they will take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. No. Of course, Jonochi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. He told me, if you knew about it, then why didn't you? You trying to say it's my fault. She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yako, there's no point blaming Hitomi. Michiyo, why? Did you hear what this dirt was? No, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he had been blackmailing her since about a year ago. For that long. The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye. You know, there must have been some reason. Dunno, got nothing to do with me. What you described does sound like Michio killed Jonochi. She did have a reason to hate him, after all. No way. You mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it would usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power, but it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing what the spirit board said is true, and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. So she could have possessed Jaco, who was really close to her and who was her really best friend, to do the parade curse on him to kill him. That's why she had trouble sleeping and why she was sleepy, because she didn't actually sleep. She snuck back into school, possessed, and killed him. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she would kill herself. Last night, how did it start? Right. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy, but good at looking out for folks. So he was the only one I could talk to. So there was someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. Another thing, one time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side. It must have been a terrible loss for her too. Yes, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. No. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he would listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual, but something seemed off about him, like he was worried about something. Worried about something. Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That was pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. A talisman? Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I will take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. Then he told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman that Michio Shiraishi had that looked like this one. Michio, what does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had like a special talisman or something. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michiyo was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonochi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michiyo either. Michiyo, what is it that had such a strong grip on you? Basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eye on Michiyo, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. Since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside it, there's just a weird, kinda grimy scrap of wood. You have seen inside it. But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass. I figured he had to be serious about it. And since he died right after that, yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was going to happen to him. Nakagoshi. Do you know him, Mio? No, I have just heard the name, I think. There really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. He told me, yes, that talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Okay. Last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had. Yes, and I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can't talk about it now. Come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's used it for secret meetings before. I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. Yes, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night, but nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault, and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Were you okay? Yes, that's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Jonochi was freaking out. Good thing you got away. It's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. After, I was wondering what you two were up to. I hid nearby. Then I saw you and old man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up. You did. That's also why I saw Jonochi come back outside and bite it. I see. You were only here to look for Michio's talisman. And that's all I know. Happy? I still got to look for the talisman. Sure. Thank you, he told me. If you two find out anything about Michio's talisman, we will be sure to let you know. Thanks. Can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you? Right, I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We will call her if we need to talk with you. And what is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kinda scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later, and don't die out there, okay? Thanks. We will be careful. Alright then, we got a lot of new information. Sounds like Jonochi was killed by a curse, just as we thought, which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple. You think so? Yes. The curse echo we experienced in school and the one that killed Jonochi seem to be different. The people in the school at the time other than us were Jonochi, Hitomi, and old man Ishimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Jonochi is pretty suspicious though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, that's why I say there are multiple. Right, the person who killed Jonochi would have to be one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Eishi Miya. Yes, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, the mysterious girl and the fact that Jonochi thought it was Michio that was attacking him has me wondering. Of course I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but I just remembered I also saw a Raishi outside the main gate last night. You did. It's likely he's involved with the curses given that he's the one doing research on the rite of resurrection. We will have to be careful of Old Man Eishimiya and Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but as for what to do now, I would like to find who is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did it. I don't think we will be able to end this without stopping it at its source. That makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We will need to talk with Airaishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I will help in any way I can. But the school is closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go then? And so, Mio Kurosuzu and Yako Sakazaki decided on their next location to investigate. Here we are, Komagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. That's... Boss, what is it? You want to talk to those girls? Yes, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ario. What? Aren't you? You must be that high scorer skirting the child labor laws who I have heard so much about. Say that again. Sorry about that. He's with me. Susumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I would prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat. Wait, really? Thank you so much. I have always wanted. Ooh, yes, it's my fancy sushi place. Yes, yes, yes. Tasty, tasty sushi. Yes, like one of those places in Ginza. I have never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal. Right, boss? The girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said I would. Sushi. Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand up. How much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. At least, that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far. As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the rite at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We have managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach. You got 3 already. Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me, Yako, the girl standing behind Neo. She does. Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I will leave the Fool's Procession with you two then. Thank you. Please keep collecting the Other's Curse Stones. I will be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you ran into any of them? Well, last night at school. You were here last night. Yes, you see.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
You two were using a spirit board. That's so cool. That's when you ran into the cursed echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The cursed echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. What? A woman missing an arm and a leg. That's the one-sided read. This is bad. What's so bad about that one? You idiot. Think. The curse bearer of the one-sided read is... Fumichika Jima. Fumichika Nejima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. That's right. Wait, but if that's the case, Nejima might have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... What? Who's Nejima? No clue. What's that rope all about? It indicates where Jonochi's body was found. They have moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found. That's a little gross. We can even see how his arms and legs are all... Cool it, Ario. You are scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You are right. Traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Jonochi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries? Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Mio, you are so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess. No, I have heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat? Stop it, Susumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. That's amazing. Mio, you are a professional. You think? Totally. You are cool even in the face of death. That's awesome. When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. So a curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been on the scene too. You want to talk to me? You would probably be better off asking Mio. Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Beast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today, and he's trying to get to your daughter too. That's why we have been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we have gotten so far. Just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was us, Jonochi, and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget old man Ishimiya. Wait, Hitomi? Do you mean Hitomi Okuda, second-year student? Well, yes. Why? Boss, she was here last night. I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did. Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that? Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she would become a suspect. I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. I see. Don't worry. This is about a different matter. A different matter. You mean about that police officer, Yoshimi? You know about that. Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did. Actually. If we are talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details. There was someone else. Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Jonochi getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. What she said happened was Michiyo was the one who killed Jonochi. Are you sure it was really Michiyo that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jonochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michiyo or not. Boss, do you think it really could have been Michiyo's ghost? I mean, based on what we have heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejima was behind Jonochi's death. But what about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Eishimiya was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to this school though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks. I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see. What are you? No way. Hey Rio, have the officers apprehended the janitor? We worked the night shift, so we might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they had been looking to question Eishimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. No, that all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Eishimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He would always avoid it. Hey Rio, call an urgent search for Makoto Eishimiya. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I will contact HQ right away. I didn't expect this at all. Yes, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. To think he was so close to us this whole time, it gives me chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late. I may have shown Eishimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then, could it have been old man Eishimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building too. What? You did? Good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, long arm of the law. Help us. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows. It would help if I knew more about how the curses of these 7 mysteries first came about. In that case, you are probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. You mean a Reishi? I would very much like to talk to him. Right, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if it's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The cafe, Kuroki Kyo Cafe in Kanazawa. Thanks. We will head over there now. School rules say we are not allowed to go to cafes, though. Don't worry about it. I will allow it. Thank you. That's all it takes. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. Hitomi did say that Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did. What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman. Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one just like it, one that Michiyo had. What kind of talismans could they be? Boss? Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about them with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Did they find a talisman on Michiyo where her body was found? I will check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Right. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I would like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Yoshimi. I'm no good. I was friends with Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I doubt that will be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then, do you think she would talk to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? They have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. All right, then we better find her fast. You haven't been able to reach her. That's a little worrying. About Mayu Chozawa. We will let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay, I would be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? It was a Nakagoshi case. Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will, but... well, I don't know if they will pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes, Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I have never spoken to him myself. All of Paranormal Affairs' cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. What's up with that? That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. A curse was used here, which means the cursed bearer must have been on the scene too. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge. Did you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her first. I see. We gain quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Ario. Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. A van. Speeding. Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? A van. There's a young man. Oh, okay. In the driver's seat, in the passenger seat, a woman. Yako. Yes. Wait, was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You are covered in sweat. Yes, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. It's no problem, as long as you are okay. That was quite the surprise, though. Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if you are wondering about that. I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why Jonochi was so scared of Michio? Well, about that. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but I see. Well, I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Michio, what happened? Forensics is calling. I will go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon. Yes, the kind you use to tie up your hair. What? I have seen that ribbon before. You have. Go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then, did she come back to life somehow? But how? If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on Jonochi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she would have a grudge against? Well, about that guy who killed her in the collision. If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry, you were a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Chozawa. It may be worth it to check Michio's house just as well. House as well, just in case. And let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you, and good luck. We will go talk to a Raishi about a way to lift this curse. All right, boss. Let's get going whenever you are ready. You know, normally you would be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that. We know. It will be okay. What did you want to ask me? A cafe? I've never been to one before. How exciting. It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but Kuro Kikyo Cafe, a coffee shop on South Arigesui Street. Kuro Kikyo Cafe's convenient location has made it a favorite of businessmen in the neighborhood. Although formerly a relaxing location where classical and jazz music were played, the cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs into its playlist at the request of customers. The most popular menu item is a pilaf served with black coffee, although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations also have public telephones, making them convenient meeting places. However, they also developed a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them a steady stream of customers. Mockingbird number 8. The Sparring Sparrow Brothers. Yakko, if you would. Right, we wanted to ask you about this. A curse stone. An Okame mask. That must mean the Fool's Procession. You two were at the school last night. There, of all places. Yakko, you are one of them. You are a curse bearer. Please calm down, Araishi. Your reaction is too intense. It's kind of scaring me. Sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you wanted to know about your curse stone? What would be the best way to approach this? It's just a brilliant teacher like you must know an awful lot about these curse stones. Well, it's true that I'm likely the person most well versed in this matter. You are the only one we can count on, Iraishi. Won't you help us? Please? Am I now? In that case, there's no harm hearing what you have to ask. Thank you. Let's see. Why is everything with the rite of resurrection and 7 mysteries curse stones happening now? Taken an interest now that you have received one of the curses, have you? You sound like a researcher, starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Raishi, you are not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then, do you know of the ancient Onmyono ritual known as the Feast of Shadows? What is that? Something from the occult. Kuro Suzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the rite and curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. It's certainly not something that would happen by accident. Why is it you want to know? Well, he may not tell us anything else if we say that we are trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Right? Well, you see, we just have such intellectual curiosity and think it could really help your research. I see. Now that you mention it, seems like he's reluctant to answer. Then how about... Then, what does that record of fates that you have been researching say about the rite of resurrection? I see. That's what you want to know. Allow me to first elucidate you regarding the author of the record of fates. A special privilege, I might add, since I have yet to publish this in a paper. Yes, okay. The Record of Fates was written 200 years ago in the latter half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled but little known onmyoji called Simon Tsuchi Mikado. This is important stuff. If nothing else, remember this. Simon Tsuchi Mikado. I have never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into a famed onmyoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. Or so it is written in the Record of Fates. As brilliant as Simon was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the rite of resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family and eventually found himself in Honjo in Edo. The Record of Fates are the writings Simon recorded on the road to Edo. I see. He wrote how to perform the rite itself. The rite of resurrection makes use of Abe no Seiei's specialty, the Taizan Fukan ritual, a means of communicating with the afterlife. He uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of a dead spirit that has been called. I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought the only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. The rite of resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and fused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the Record of Fates. And there's no more. What about the seven mysteries or the curse stones? There's nothing written about them in the Record of Fates. The curse stones are separate from the rite of resurrection. Their curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. Onmyoji, an officially appointed government position with the Bureau of Onmyo in medieval Japan. Onmyoji were asked with performing divinations and rituals. They would employ the Chinese philosophies of yin and yang and wuxi, the five elements, to compose astronomical charts and almanacs. High-ranking practitioners used a variety of mystical arts, including ones that brought natural disasters and curses. Onmyoji were also tasked with exorcising demons through the usage of shikigami. Onmyoji thrived during the Heian period, in part due to the work of the famous Onmyoji and later founder of the Tsuchi Mikado clan, Abe no Seimei. However, Onmyoji began to gradually decline in number after samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost along with the development of civilization. Although the services of onmyoji were typically reserved for the upper class, there were a number of shomonji, or hidden onmyoji, who worked for the common folk. The rite of resurrection. As indicated by its name, this manuscript holds detailed instructions on how to perform the secret art of reviving the dead. This forbidden ritual is said to have been devised by once famous onmyoji. Local researcher Hideki Iraishi recently discovered the old manuscript and gave a presentation on it at an academic conference, sending ripples through the field of occult studies. According to the Record of Fates, this mysterious ritual was devised by the gifted onmyoji, Abe no Seimei. It converts the souls of the dead bound for the underworld with soul dregs collected as sacrifices through the Taizan Fukud ritual. This secret art of converting souls to soul dregs is out of reach to all but the most skilled practitioners. Excuse me, a Raishi. What is it, Kurosuzu? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the rite of resurrection and the origin of the seven mysteries of Honjo are related somehow. What proof did you have of that? You really know your stuff. But about that was a somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. Really, it was just nonsense then. Not exactly. Rather, it's not a complete fabrication. There is a basis for it. And that is, well, I suppose there's no harm telling a couple students so passionate about this topic. Thank you. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the record of fates. It was just after Simon arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. A conflict over resurrecting the dead. I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I call this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been a subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origin story of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. What you are saying is, the resurrection ritual at the root of the Honjo incident is Simon's rite of resurrection. Yes, that is how the record of fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first Simon brought the rite of resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point Simon was likely using a different name. Then, in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being recorded in High Story fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. During the Edo period, a chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell became the basis for the 7 Mysteries of Honjo, the Honjo incident. That's how they are connected. Then, if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul dregs necessary for the rite. And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I have become even more confident in my theory. You are? Yes, the reason for it being the resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those who received the cursed stones. Resentful memories. Yako, if you really are a curse bearer, then when you obtained your cursed stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. I did. Exactly. Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involve dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims become the 9 curse echoes, which over time came to be spoken of as the 7 mysteries, thus gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's procession, Yako. Mio, should I? Yes, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Okay, Araishi, I will tell you about the memory of the Fool's Procession. Excellent. Basically, it's about a woman who died falling from a Yakura tower at a festival. Interesting. It's not that one then. Not that one? What do you mean? Among the 9 victims at the Honjo incident, that is to say, the 9 cursed echoes. One of them is Simon himself, or so I suspect. Simon was one of the victims of the Honjo incident too, meaning an onmyoji as powerful as him also became a cursed echo. Right, it would make sense that the curse stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special. The power of a curse stone is different based on the cursed echo. The Evergreen Beach. He deceived us with his so-called rite of resurrection, the man who tricked the people with his false dark art swings from a rope. The man, a local named Jinkichi. Maybe. Mio. Then maybe with Simon's curse echo we could. Yes, we may be able to settle this whole situation. What are you two whispering about? Nothing. Sorry. Raishi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered so far? I have learned a number of them. Okay, so you don't think it's the Evergreen Beach then? If you've heard of it and you think it's not that one, then. The Evergreen Beach, the Foot Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession makes 4. Of those, the most important are the Foot Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. What are they about? First, the Foot Washing Mansion. An onmyoji appears distinctly in this one. Really. But not Simon, I'm afraid. A female onmyoji who sought the rite of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which she had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Simon. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill the requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one. So a female onmyoji and a rival of Simon was involved in the Honjo incident. That certainly is interesting. Next, the Evergreen Beach. This curse echo is from a craftsman of Neisuki carvings named Jinkichi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. The rite of resurrection. Precisely, this man Jinkichi must have been in contact with Simon. If I could just collect all the memories. Everything will be revealed, and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire. Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the cursed bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives, but they might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. Another thing. Yes, you never really finished about what the trigger for all this was. Well, I don't know. Really, you are not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtained the record of fates, right? How did you really get a hold of the record of fates? To tell you the truth, we are in a race against time. It could be a disaster if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago. What? Something so terrible will happen. I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Araishi, please, tell us everything you know. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. The truth is, I was given the record of fates by a woman. A woman. Well, her voice sounded like a woman's, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, while I was investigating at night, I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice. It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript and the right of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month. She specified the time period. I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify its authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. It must have had you spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse. To tie together the curse and the desire to seek out the right. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Hence I went public with the record of fates. Hihaku and occult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boon for me. Hihaku, as in Hihaku soaps. Right, I mean no, that's not important, just some personnel busyness. After that, I waited, trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. That's when the curse began. Those are all the details I have. Very well, I have told you this much. I may as well give you one more thing. Thank you. What might that be? About Simon's record of fates. There is a sort of continuation to it. Another document called the Record of Fates Yen Scroll. A continuation. Actually, a section written in Simon's own hand was appended to the manuscript, according to which, after the Honjo incident, Simon lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. It seems he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incident would turn into curse echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite of resurrection. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter, Sakazaki? You think my information inaccurate? If Simon died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum. You really don't get it, do you? Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability Simon possessed? Of course not. He could use the rite of resurrection. You are telling me Simon used it on himself. The rite of resurrection can be carried out in advance so that it can activate when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then is it not possible that Simon himself was resurrected by the rite after it all took place? But he would still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite. Yes, and that's why they died, the 8 others besides Simon. What? They died in the Honjo incident for their soul dregs. That sounds like it's the same as what's happening now. That's why I need the resentful memories to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Record of Fates, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Simon's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across generations. It seems that over their long high story, the two documents became separated and the scroll's location lost as the family line branched. Simon had descendants. There's someone out there related to him by blood even now. Yes, in fact, I have tried to trace the line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Onmyoji to begin with, so a detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscript has long been forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. And since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracing it down is quite tricky indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. I'm sure you do. Basically, in the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll, Simon himself wrote about the ways to handle the curse and the rite, yes? Yes, that's right. I have been searching for it all this time, but haven't found a single lead. If you do find out anything about other resentful memories or Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. The Record of Fate's Yin Scroll. It is said that Simon Tsuchi Mikado, the author of the Record of Fates, wrote the Yin Scroll because he feared that the descendants of those involved in the Honjo incident might become cursed and used in the collection of soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll was indicated in a postscript added to the Record of Fates, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It is believed to have been inherited by a descendant of Simon. The Record of Fates, an old manuscript from the Edo period written by the sorcerer who recovered the rite of resurrection. It is viewed as a priceless and authentic document due to its detailed account on how to perform the ritual. Hideki Eiraishi claimed he found it in the storehouse of an old private residence, but it was in fact entrusted to him by the mysterious voice. The manuscript was written by Simon Tsuchi Mikado, an onmyoji from the Edo period. He was an extraordinarily adept practitioner, but after being banished from his family for researching forbidden arts, he changed his name and moved to Edo. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I will take it into consideration for your school grades as well. We have learned a lot. To sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the right of resurrection in the Edo period as well, and the Record of Fate's Yin scroll may have been what we want, since it details how to stop the right. I think that's about it. Right. If we could just find the Yin scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle the situation. But even a Raishi didn't have any leads on where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too. Right. Mio, what are we going to do next? Good question. It may be best to give the information we just learned to Inspector Susumi. We got a pretty big clue from hearing about the Report of Fate's Yin scroll. Susumi might know more about it. Should we go back to school then? Yes, that's our point of contact after all. Whoever's behind that voice gave a Raishi the Record of Fates. That must be the mastermind, don't you think? Yes, and he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Whoever it is, I bet they are scary. You don't sound like the Yakko I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. I thought you would say something like that. Really? I guess I'm just not really feeling that confident right now. I understand. I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in the female Abioji who was a rival of Saiman. That reminds me, Mio. You know what's nearby here, don't you? You mean where Michio? Yes, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers, even though they always get cleared away anyways. I'm sure it must be hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. That reminds me, Yakko. Yes. When you asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? Yes, I left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did anything seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? Though, now that you mention it, that day, I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a little bit. But I came to right away and felt fine. I didn't think anything of it. I see. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks. Excuse me, you girls over there.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my
Sorry,
friends,
I didn't
hydrate.
mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yutaro Namigaki. I should probably tell you. Until yesterday, I was a curse bearer. That should clear things up. A curse bearer. You don't need to be scared. I have already given up the curse stone of the foot washing mansion. The foot washing mansion. You are the one Inspector Susumi was talking about. You already know Inspector Susumi. That makes this simple. There's nothing to worry about. You are in the driver's seat. Yakko. Yes. Wait, what? Just now, I. Was I doing something? Sorry. Namigaki. What might be the matter? Right. I actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Discuss something with us. You were talking about Michio Shiraishi, right? It's related to that. I'm sure you would learn a few things yourselves. If not now, later is fine. I will be waiting around Ryugoku Bridge. Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Well, I suppose we may as well hear what it is you have to say. Glad to hear it. Then shall we relocate elsewhere? What did you want to discuss with us? Let's see. How do I put this? I will tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio Shiraishi back from the dead. What? It's why I was pursuing the rite of resurrection in the first place. Unfortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could succeed. But you two are curse bearers with some kind of connection to her, which means this is the perfect opportunity for me to ask you for this. Well, I'm sorry, this is all so sudden. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? Well, we met briefly once. When I ran her over, I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Right. While it would be great if we could bring Michio back. But we have already decided not to use the rite of resurrection. Is that so? It seems, however, that we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you if you gave me your curse stone, you know? We will have to decline that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse. I see. Well, that's too bad. I suppose I will have to give up on the cursed stones. Thank you for understanding. I thought he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. But why does he want to bring Michio back? Yako? Did she go off somewhere while we were talking? I have finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leading me to a secluded place. You have got guts. I'm sorry, but I will be taking your cursed stone. Either you hand it over, or I will have to take it by force. What? Well, why? Are you? No, 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 she's here again. I don't understand. Wait, it was just an accident. I swear I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. You are all ready. too late. After this, Fumichika Nejima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. And from that day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. Michio's Grudge. An actual ending, acceptable ending, okay? Cool. Sorry, but there's something we have got to take care of. We will have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. I'm in no rush, so I will be waiting at Ryugoku Bridge if you change your minds. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's June Avio. I would hardly call myself elite, but either way it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Susumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting me or putting me down. You two are detectives. This is my client, Harue Shikima. Her father's a big deal in the police himself. Remember to mind your manners. A bigwig named Shikima. Boss, you know of this guy? Shit, I have heard the name, but you know I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I am my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Did you hear that, boss? Looks like you were getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady busyness. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I have met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That's our motto. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on 1 second. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being typical detectives. There was one here. Lucky, that's 12, the Royal Kingpin Hewitt. That's so. Royal Kingpin Gwen. Royal Kingpin Gwen. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator's job. Not quite. The two of us used to be comrades, is all. Comrades. That's right. Richter used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo. Is that so? You should give it a try, Ario. There's more freedom in working as a private investigator. I can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I hadn't heard of you since you quit. I didn't think your busyness would last, but here you are. You sure you don't want to return to the force? We would take you back with open arms. What? To sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I will take a pass. I don't belong in that world. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public needs you. You don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. I will keep on tying up all your loose ends, saving the little birdies you abandoned. I can't believe you were actually part of the police force once. There's a story behind everything, man. I don't regret my time on the force. I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. What brings you here, Richter? You on a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year. I remember now. You were that Haruo Shigema from the kidnapping case. Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Mune Sada Shigema's grandson was kidnapped, which must have been your son, ma'am. Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret, and unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out after turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. They never caught the culprit. That's rough. Your findings have brought you to this place, then. That's right. An individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to. That's right. As of last week, they are deceased. We had hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked last time. We figured we would try again. Interesting. It sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like these. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. Well, I do consider the police my people. You consider the blame to be shared. You have got a stern side as well, I see. It sure doesn't look good. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I would like to confirm with you. And that is, do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Honjo? Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly. With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? Can't say I know much. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary. I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss, Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I will be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you've got to say. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? It must be something big if they have got you head off my skies on it. Well, I guess it's all right. These desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we are about to say, Richter. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection. And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get the situation under control, we have been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their cursed stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we're talking shady characters, there was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Warigesui Street. He had an average build. He was anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think? Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Iraishi. We already got his cursed stone. Impressive. You two are working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. If you see any other characters who look like they might be carrying a cursed stone, it would be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I will let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand to our case too. There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, no? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for anyway? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we are dealing with here. By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yes, you said the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shiraishi by any chance. You knew. I thought so. It seems like we are here for the same reason then. Seriously, Michio was involved with curses and magic. Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We are looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi. Right, Hajime Yoshimi's. That's right, he died on the job. I'm sure you have heard of it. I heard. It was a most unfortunate loss. There's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I will tell you what I know, but in turn I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Jonochi? He wasn't just mumbling nonsense. I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we have heard and the evidence we have found point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those psychic school high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true, then did you figure something out? Can Kichiro Iwai? Can Kichiro Iwai? He will be the next victim. We have to open the door to the Shiraishi's house. We need to look inside. What's gotten into you, boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take. We can ask for permission later. Richter, calm down. We can't just... Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick. Look at this. Oh, there's a dead boy. What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Could that be Michio's dad? He's her stepdad at best. If that, it's got to be the body of Kenkichiro Iwai. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I would say it happened last night. Hey Rio, did you find Jonochi's body in the same state? Now that you mention it, it looked as though Kohei Jonochi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shiraishi. She's alive. She used the power of the curses to get back at the men who ruined her life. That's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived. It's got to be that. And if she's alive, then my apologies for interrupting. I know we have just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? But seeing as you have come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio Shiraishi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? I see. That's what you think. Let's take a moment to reconsider what you know and choose a game, shall we? I see. Very well. Congratulations, you are correct. As expected, you got it in one go. Well, the cause of death was such, was it not? You must have noticed some time ago. Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I have taken up enough of your time. What? You really think Michio Shiraishi is alive? Just think it through and it all becomes obvious. It tracks, but do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, a Rio, go report this to HQ. Understood. I will get on it right away. I will start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs looking at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Hold on. These photos. These are all Fumichika Nejima. Gross. Really, come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. There's even more pasted up over here. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They are magic runes. They are used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they are useless imitations, though I wouldn't get too excited about it. Who knew the chief inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. Western black magic. While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism, or may variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific fact that would eventually evolve into what is known today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly: black magic, the practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subjects studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day: war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. It looks like the things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual, or whatever, was something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. You'd think EY was the one chanting. Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they are about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It will be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. They are candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual? Don't touch anything, you hear? That's right. Considering this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as it is. All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensics toys with it, it will cause trouble down the road. Look at these. Pictures of Fumichika Nejima cut out from newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You'd think these Shiraishis are somehow connected to Nejima's case. Perhaps they did this as to not forget a grudge or something. It's crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all this too. Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a cursed stone now. He announced that from sundown today he will be going on a killing spree. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. He hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murders either. You don't say. That's right, we talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then. You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. You two have met before. Fancy that. I have been worried that Fumichika Nejima might bear resentment to you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful type. That asshole. I wonder who put the idea into his head. And now he's got the one-sided read too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown. Seriously. On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. That's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here. The fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it will be with a cool head. Not going to give him the pleasure. Well, if EY and Fumichika Neijima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Neijima's location. Let's hope so. The person who put all these photos up must have been obsessed with Neijima. They might have had some relation to Neijima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite. The opposite. What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right? Right. Ario isn't here, so let me take a look at it. There's just clothes in here. Not much variety either. Can't say they were big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find a kind of talisman here, but I guess we are not so lucky. I see. Thank you anyway. This sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but by the looks of him, I would say he's Kenkichiro Iwai. You have seen him before. I heard he had a criminal record. I assumed he would have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, it would be better not to look so closely. It's amazing. Cruel is what it is. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. This seems to be a book on Western black magic. The same runes are written here, alongside detailed descriptions of the procedures. I suppose you would call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me, though. You think this EY guy was studying them, perhaps to perform some kind of ritual. There are a bunch of handwritten notes beside the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. EY doesn't look the type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talking about dangerous. Resurrection. Like the rite. I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What is it? This looks like a journal. It's probably EY's. A journal. His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Now this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. This Kenkichiro Iwai fellow. He had been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. He was into black magic from the start. He believed if he could turn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire. You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Neijima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Likely not coincidence. It seems like EY took an interest in the Neijima murders after it made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worship. Neijima of all people. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. EY had been collecting these photos ever since that time, and since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Neijima, he made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this. The thought of Neijima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years we have been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Neijima murders. Yes, it's been a mystery to us all from the very start. Wait just 1 minute. Do you think? No way. Are you saying? That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Neijima. You have got to be kidding me. That sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic. That's what the evidence suggests. However, Neijima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but EY had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Neijima and EY were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You are telling me that Nutjob did this for all some hokey pokey resurrection. Shit. Resurrection. That means there must have been someone Neijima wanted to bring back to life. Damn. That's it. That has to be it. Fucking hell. It all makes sense now. What? What is it? About the Neijima murders. There's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A baby. It was a girl, looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. Was Neijima the father? He told us he had found her under a bridge. He found her. She was abandoned. I have heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but you think it really happens? I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers. It's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you have heard of it. Many believe Neijima's guilty of more crimes than what we got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. Yes, I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed. was a girl who was pregnant. That's horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation here. But I, for one, never believed that man would just take in a baby he found under a bridge. I'm feeling sick. Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child, and that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. It's just a theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true. That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good a guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests he has an interest in the rite of resurrection. Damn, you are right. And here I was thinking that he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector. Yes. What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances. We know who it is. She's involved too. She is involved. She's that one girl, the delinquent, the one that was meeting with the teacher, the one that saw the teacher. It's her. It's her. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of. It's her. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in EY's journal. We know EY had made haste to obtain the grimoire thanks to advice he got from his idol, Nejima, Weil, and Priza. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined we had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps herself, Natsue Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps. That's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived, and she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Magic, rituals, and rites, she will use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. She would even throw her money at the occult. The places greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Eiraishi. She presumably funded his research into Rite of Resurrection as well. That's what it all points to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumors of the Rite of Resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for if she becomes young again. Godly powers. What's that all about? You can't ignore that. Either way, I think EY took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce a family into taking him and to keep a low profile. The Shiraishi family, Michiyo and her mother, Toshiko, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? This has something to do with me. Are you saying that? No, you can't mean. You have realized then. Perhaps. Can Kichiro Iwai's living sacrifice was a child? That's exactly it. Iwai moved in with the Shiraishis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. No, of course, that awful man. It was Iwai. This man. Iwai worshipped Nejima. He must have also despised Nejima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. When he realized he had the chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time. Fuck! You got it. Iwai kidnapped Harue Shigima's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You are telling me then that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child. I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted Moni. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses and then kidnapped him on his way back home. That man, he took Shuichi. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You will never understand. Living sacrifices? What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am, let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we go get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This is... Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in his journal. Iwai got in contact with Nejima last year, after Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. Is that so? He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his Moni to support the Shiraishis, it seems most went to Nejima instead. If Nejima's lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout. Did he write where it is? Unfortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Wait, no. She's alive. That's right, Michio Shiraishi is alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout, too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. The common law husband of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi, started coming and going from the household a little over a year ago. Served some time in prison, details are unknown. His deceased body was discovered at this Shiraishi home. Ken Kichiro once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people here were simple, and has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kankichiro was discontent with his life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Nejima murders were widely reported in the media, it had great impact on Kankichiro, as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumichika Nejima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kankichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumichika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumichika's talk of black magic, and, following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumichika had hidden away. As for Toshiko Shiraishi, Kankichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at a part-time job. When he learned that the Shiraishi family was in financial trouble, he could not afford to send Michiyo to college. He turned on the charm and took advantage of their weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kankichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kenkichiro great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Shuichi Shikima, the son of Harue Shikima, against whom Fumichika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michiyo so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, she beat her mother 20 times. With Michiyo's assistance, Kankichiro kidnapped Shuichi and locked him up in the Shiraishi house, and told the young and courageous boy that he would kill Michiyo if he tried to run. While his actions were motivated by a personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and breakdown in public order. So Kankichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Nejima murders. Infuriated, Kankichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michiyo if she refused. Toshiko killed Shuichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kankichiro blamed her. Warning Michiyo to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kankichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumida River after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kankichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Kankichiro until the day they died.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.